Good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's City Council study session for Monday, November 28th. We have 4 items on the agenda for tonight. Starting us off is Kathryn Sellers, an outside legal consultant from Hoffmann and Parker, here to present a review of the section of the city charter. Ms. Sellers, I think we have you on hold for a second, but good evening.
Good evening. I hope you all had a good Thanksgiving. Back at work.
Back at work, accept the presentation. So, Ms. Sellers, do you happen to have the presentation on your computer?
I have it. Yeah,
Okay.
I can go ahead and start.
So members of council have it, and it looks like it's popped up onto the Zoom. So members of the public are able to see it, so. If you'd like to begin, I think we can get started.
Okay. All right, so the first slide you have in front of you is a reference back to our last meeting when we talked about the residency requirements of circulators. I did do a little digging, and there are several cases, but one in particular out of the 10th Circuit, which regulates Colorado, dealing with a home rule municipality, specifically Arvada, and an ordinance that was passed by the voters in Arvada actually limiting circulators to residents of Arvada and overturning that as unconstitutional. So revisiting that issue, on your second slide there, you'll see a cross out and some italicized language as a suggestion for putting forth a question on this issue. I will say that if for some reason you decide not to put forth this question, or it fails for some reason, it would still be unconstitutional and you couldn't enforce it. You can always pass an ordinance clarifying that and referencing the case law to say, this is why we don't have this requirement, and this is why we do this. So just in case you're wondering what happens if the voters don't go along with it, it's still struck as unconstitutional, although it will remain in your charter. So that's that issue. Did you want to discuss that or anything?
Any questions? Member Russell.
Thank you. So are you saying that if we make changes to this, it would be unconstitutional anyway?
No, I'm saying if you were to put forth a question to amend this section of the charter to the voters and they turned it down, it would still be unconstitutional and you could not enforce it.
So is it unconstitutional the way it is now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it doesn't matter whether we change it or not.
Right, and so that was my point, that if you chose not to put it forward, sometimes questions like that, depending on how they're structured, are confusing to voters. It's hard to explain all of that in a question. And so you could choose not to put it forward, and if you wanted to pass an ordinance clarifying that issue and referencing the case law, you could, or you could just know that you didn't follow that section of your charter and that you followed the correct case law on it. So you have a multitude of choices.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I'm of the opinion that when things are deemed to be unconstitutional, we should do what we can to clean them out of our charter. This is one area where I will say that, a public information campaign ahead of asking this particular question, I think would be particularly important, having some experience from the previous set of charter questions, getting some phone inquiries about what they mean or why we're doing what we're doing. This one is particularly important to me because it, as someone who has circulated petitions in the past, having clear rules in our charter and our code that comply with case law saves me a step in the process. So I think it's important to proceed with this change.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Anyone disagree with putting this on the ballot? Potentially? I don't see any disagreements, so I think there's no further questions, Ms. Sellers.
Or Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Member Woodward.
I just have a question. It says candidates for the elected officers' respective office. 25% of the registered electors voting. Other places here it says 25, I think it's 25% of those who voted for governor or something like that.
There might be in state statute that percentage. I don't know. The 25% is actually the same as it is under the municipal election statutes for, this topic for, nominating, under recall, so I don't know if the state law requires.
Okay,
something
maybe I'll bring it up when it comes up again.
Oh, are we
here.
talking about the initiative referendum sections when it
I
talks
think
about
so.
the gubernatorial election?
I think so.
Yeah, that is like, this is more consistent with what state law says for municipal recall.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Sure.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, Member Woodward, just a clarification there. The reason why it's key to electors voting for candidates is because this matter is specific to recall. And that would be the standard as the candidacy as opposed to gubernatorial votes on a recall.
Any other questions from council? Go ahead, Ms. Sellers.
Sure. So the next topic is initiative, and you have the full text in front of you. I wanted to provide that to you. But the basic gist is on the next slide. I've broken it down. The city has two avenues, depending on the number of people who sign the petition for an initiative or initiated ordinance, to get it on the ballot, basically, or get it in front of council. That's unusual, but there's nothing legally wrong with that process. So it's just a matter of whether you like having two processes. And the basic gist is, I tried to break it down more simply in that slide, is that, if you have 10%, you could basically get a special election called. And if you have less than that, but more than 5%, you have to wait until the next election. So that's basically the difference there. So I think the first question is, do you want to retain both paths to initiative? Like I mentioned earlier, it's completely, I think, a policy issue. And then on that unusual terminology of the gubernatorial election, that is not actually how that election is referred to every 4 years. It's a general state election. That's how it's referred to. It actually happens every 2 years. So, we could put that on the ballot to change that terminology, if that interests you or not. So, again, it's not flawed because it's in there. It's just a little odd.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm not clear on the distinction you just drew. A gubernatorial election, which is the basis of the signature burden, only occurs every 4 years.
Correct?
So I'm not sure. You said something about every 2 years, and I didn't quite understand.
Sorry, my fault. The language gubernatorial election is not used under state law,
Okay.
under Title I. So the state runs a general election. Sorry, I said every 2, I meant every 4. I apologize for that. So the state runs a general election for every 4 years. I think the question for you is, 1, do you want to change the terminology? And 2, do you want to link it to that election being the calculation of the percentage of voters, or the percentage of individuals needed to sign to reach those thresholds?
I think, if I may weigh in on that, I'm comfortable with the current construction on all matters, both the right to call for a special election and the language used, which I think is clear enough.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Anyone else? Member Anderson?
I'm comfortable with it as it is. I think there could be a case to change it to the last general election, so it's more every 2 year kind of thing, but I'm not sure that rises to the level of something I would want to put on the ballot.
Actually, the only question I have here is, do we make mention of the general election anywhere else within charter?
Do you mention it?
Yeah. Are there, just to be
You
consistent?
use the term general municipal election, which is actually, the correct terminology is a regular election, but I don't know that you refer to state level elections as general elections. I'd have to check.
To me, this isn't as pressing, but I would like to be consistent if possible. But again, I'll defer to other members of council on this. Any other comments or disagreements? You can move ahead, Ms. Sellers.
All right, so the next, I guess I'm in charge again. All right, so the next one is the restriction on, this is, sorry. So this is the manner in which the submission is put on the ballot, the basic procedure. We just I don't know if you recall, when we talked about section 14, it's got this very unusual limit on, special elections and how often they can be called. And when we talked about that, you didn't make a decision or anything, but the general consensus is that you didn't want to limit special elections. They're kind of limited because they're only allowed to be called, within certain time periods of a general election or a regular election. So, you can't run special elections constantly during the year, and that maybe this language is unnecessary. So our only suggestion on this section, for submissions is that last, sentence that relates to the number of special elections. Just for your reference, the reference to section 14, regarding the ballot, you may not recall, but section 14 also contains a provision that talks about what goes on the ballot. And you had not really weighed in on that one way or another, whether you wanted to eliminate that section or not, so I just left it in there for now.
Member Anderson.
So is the suggestion to just remove section 14 altogether, or this 14(2)(a) at least?
Definitely subsections 2 and 3 of 14, which limit the number of special elections, and section 3 that this doesn't relate to, required that certain elections, I think it was disconnection from the city, merger with another city, and a general bond, general obligation bond question could only be run as separately. They couldn't be run with any other question or measure on the ballot. So that was subsection 3 of 14. So I think it's a
most of it.
stronger recommendation to get rid of 2 and 3, but 1 just dealt with when you can call a special election within the time frame related to a general election. It was a little bit repetitive from state law, but wasn't necessary that you remove it, so.
And so then could we just, if we were doing this on the ballot, maybe I'm jumping ahead a little bit here, but if we wanted to put on there to remove section 14 or the subsection relative to this submissions portion, could we also just say in that question that remove all references to it, that section as well? Or does that?
Yeah,
or do
well,
you
it
need-
depends on what you decide to do. You could
Right.
delete section 14 and remove all references to it, but we'd wanna, if you could do that
Yeah.
in one question, yes, if that's your question.
I'd have to go back and look at section 14 again, but that seems to make sense to me to just remove the whole section if there's, if the procedures aren't appropriate.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I would support striking paragraphs 2 and 3 from section 14. I think paragraph 1 does provide some guardrails, such as timing of special elections, and generally allows for the calling of a special election, which I think is important to include in our charter. So 2 and 3 I would strike. I think if I'm correct, and maybe you can clarify this for me, a recall is a type of special election, generally, unless the petition is circulated within a certain amount of time of a regularly occurring election. A referendum would potentially also be a special election, and then an initiative, if they meet the signature burden, would potentially be a special election.
Potentially.
So essentially, this limiting section of our charter says if you call one of those, you can't have another one for a year, which would deny petitioners their right to call for a special election. If, we kick the beehive and they get really mad, we could have, 2 or 3 special elections in a year. It's obviously not ideal, but I don't support limiting the right of voters to engage in direct democracy in that manner.
Yeah, and I mean, I think, as a policy issue for you all to consider, it might put you kind of in a sticky spot where you have people initiating an ordinance and wanting to have a special election, and you're like, oh, no, sorry, we already had one this year, we can't have another. I mean, you can rely on your charter to make that case, but, as elected officials, that might put you in an uncomfortable position, so. But that's up to you.
Any other comments from council? Do we have any consensus on, I know we brought up, or Mayor Pro Tem brought up, removing 14.2 and 14.3. Any further comments on that, Member Woodward?
So just playing devil's advocate here. If there was an election and, you know, or general election, regular election, or a special election, and there had to be a runoff, if there was a tie or something like that, would we be limiting ourselves with the limit of 2? I mean, we would be, wouldn't we?
With a limit of 2. Sorry, I'm not quite following your question.
Maybe I read something into this that wasn't there. One special election shall be held during
Right,
any 12-month period. So what, if one was a special election,
so if you had your general municipal election and then you had to have a runoff election for some reason, that I don't think would fall under this, because this is related to no more than one special election shall be held under the provisions of section 46. Section 46 is your initiative section.
yeah, okay.
So I think you could run that special election and then have another special election for an initiative later on in the year, if you got an initiated ordinance. But if you got another initiated ordinance for some reason, well, you'd be into the next calendar year by that point, but let's pretend like you wouldn't be, then this section would not, well, I guess it's a 12-month period, I misspoke. So you would not be able to run that initiated ordinance until 12 months had passed since that first initiated ordinance election.
Okay. That's good.
Mayor Pro Tem?
One more question regarding timing. I remember we talked about this previously, but can you refresh my memory? The purpose of the 90/45 day timeline in our charter, does that comport with state code, or could we presumably shorten that? Because right now we're looking at 4.5-month window, basically, during which voters cannot call for a special election because it would abut the regularly scheduled general municipal election. And I would be in favor of changing that to a 45 standard.
So no special election shall be held within 45 days of a general municipal election?
Right.
That's what you're thinking?
Yeah, but I don't want to make
Or
any
free
change
elect-
if it doesn't comply with currently standing state law.
I believe it does mirror state law.
Okay.
And I think the only reasoning, I can't speak to what the state law reasoning is, or even your charter reasoning, is just, is that the running of elections just takes some time.
Yes.
And so if you called for an election, and Stephanie can probably speak to the time frame better than I can, but you're talking at least 60 to 90 days out, and so then you're running smack into the one you already have. And
Right.
so it's just kind of,
Okay.
yeah, that's,
Our previous city clerk actually brought this forward as a charter amendment, I believe in 2015, because of the tight turnaround, and it's almost impossible to do it in that 45-day period. So I do believe that was a recent charter amendment to get it to the 90 days.
That settles it for me. Thank you, Stephanie.
Member Nunnenkamp?
Thank you, Mayor. I was reviewing my notes from when we discussed section 14, and from my notes, I don't think we actually reached consensus as a body that we wanted to remove that section. I know that the Mayor Pro Tem supported deleting the limit on the number of elections. I'm agnostic. I do think that 2 elections every year, the opportunity for 2 elections every year, does seem sufficient, and I'm hesitant to increase that number and just the strain that would put on the city and our resources and our staff. But if there's consensus to remove it, then I would support Member Anderson's suggestion that then we just remove all of the references to it as well. But from my notes, I don't think that we reached actual consensus on that removal.
So I guess Member Nunnenkamp, you're saying currently you are not in favor of removing 14.2 at this point.
Correct. I don't have a strong opinion. Again, I think 2 elections per calendar year is probably sufficient. And again, something that I think I took away from this last election cycle is we had 10 Inglewood questions on the ballot, and it was a lot, and ballot fatigue, and what can we provide voters to ensure that they feel like they can make these decisions well? And so it might come down to prioritizing which changes do we think are the most important. This one doesn't seem like one that would rise to the highest of importance for me.
Thank you, Member Nunnenkamp. Member Russell?
Thank you, Mayor. I do agree with the Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Anderson in the fact that we may never use this, but I actually do believe if there was a group that wanted to do a special election for a special reason, that we should not limit them for wanting to do that. It may never happen. So I'm in favor of moving forward with the suggestion of the Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Anderson. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Anderson?
I just wanted to kind of revise now that I've read over a little bit. Definitely in favor of removing section 2 and 3, but not particularly 1. Would want to think through that a little bit more. And also, I think too, this one could be one of the ones that for me, doesn't rise to the level of a ballot question. I don't know, and that's kind of why I'm kind of feeling now like we need to store some of these in reserve and get to the end and go, oh, we have 37 ballot questions. Maybe we should nix some of them. But I'm not prepared to say that this isn't one of those at this point.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Mayor Pro Tem?
This is important to me that we ask our voters this question. And it's because a special election is one of the fundamental checks on our authority at this dais. If we make the people so angry that they need to call for 2 special elections in a year, we are doing something wrong, and we deserve whatever comes as a result of that. So it rubs me the wrong way when government authorities don't properly recognize where the power is held. And the power is held here with the people. And the charter restriction, I think, limits their ability to provide a pressure release or a stop or, whatever other term you want to use on our authority here as their elected representatives.
Member Nunnenkamp?
I'm curious, both for Ms. Sellers and also the Mayor Pro Tem, are we aware of any example within the history of this charter where 2 elections per year was insufficient for meeting the will of the people, where the citizens wanted to have another election that they were unable to because we had already reached the limit?
Oh, I can't answer that question. My guess is no, that you didn't have multiple initiated ordinances in a year, but your charter's old, you might have, you never know, so.
I think if there was a demonstrated example of it actually suppressing the will of the people, that would be much more convincing to me than something that potentially has worked fine for this period of time and maybe is a hammer looking for a nail. In this perspective, I think we want to be as responsive to the voters as we possibly can, but making a change to something that seems to be working in its current state is an outstanding question when it comes to prioritization. Now, if we have room for it and it makes sense and there's a consensus on council, I'm not going to by any means, but that's a question.
Mayor Pro Tem, you have something to add?
I'm not aware of any example, but I don't think it's a question of need. To me, it's a question of right. Our charter limits a fundamental right that's held by the voters, and it shouldn't, in my opinion. So let's fix it.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll weigh in. I side with Member Nunnenkamp on this. I'm right in the middle for this one, but I don't see anything that's broken. So at this point, I would leave 14.2, but I would remove 14.3. Anyone else want to weigh in? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I
Member
was
Anderson.
just thinking there may actually be a mathematical limit here with if we can't have one 90 days before the general election, that leaves 275 days left in the year. If we had 2 there, I guess that's another 100. That would only be 1 more between that time. 137 if we had 2. That would divide that in. Oh, sorry, I'm working my math out loud here. That would be 91 days, just having, if you had two spaced evenly between that 90, that's 91 days between the two. But there were some provisions in here, I think you can, I don't know how fast something can get to the ballot if you add up the period of time to collect the signatures and then, but, you know, nevertheless, I think there's gonna be a limit somewhere. And I'm not sure we need to state the limit, so I'm gonna stick with my original position of nixing it.
Okay. Thank you, Member Anderson. Anyone else? Member Woodward? So that one's, I'm sorry, I thought you were gonna say something. So that's one, I'm sorry, go ahead, City Attorney Niles. Thank you, City Attorney Niles. So City Attorney Niles, you did not find any reference going back to 1937 of a need for the need of more than two. Thank you. I think right now we're at 3-2 in terms of where we stand, but Ms. Sellers, if you want to move on to the next one.
Sure. So the next section is the referendum process. Unlike the initiative, it only has one avenue for a referendum. Again, there's some unusual terminology with the gubernatorial vote and that kind of thing, so if you choose to change that in the other one, I would definitely change that here. But other than that, you know, depending on what you decide with 14, maybe some changes to that, but we don't really have any changes to this. In addition, just to note, there is at the very bottom of that second paragraph, a mention of how council, or I guess that this is no limitation on council's ability to refer a question as opposed to a referendum.
Any comments from council? See no comments. Ms. Sellers, go ahead.
So this next section addresses how a initiated ordinance or a referred ordinance could eventually be revised, repealed, amended. And so in your charter, it goes back to a vote, basically. And I guess our question for you is, do you want a strict limit on changes that the voters have to approve any amendments or revisions to an initiated ordinance or referred measure? And then maybe another option would be to have a supermajority is able to change it. I will say this is always an issue that comes up in some cyclical ways for home rule, or not for home rule, but for municipalities as to, you know, they had an initiated ordinance from 10 years ago and when can they change it? And so there's no answer really under state law. So I would not recommend deleting this. I would recommend some standard at the very least, but I guess it's up to you what you feel from a policy perspective is appropriate for the city.
Thank you, Ms. Sellers. Member Noonekamp.
Can you share with us some examples of what that kind of standard might look like, or what other ones that you've seen?
Well, honestly, like, if you're not gonna go back to a vote, the best standard I think to set would be a supermajority of council to vote to amend. Most of them are just silent. That's, the reality is that there are hardly any charters that say, oh, this is what happens once the initiated ordinance is approved, or there's a referred measure that's approved. This is how it could be modified. A lot of charters are silent. Yours is actually pretty unusual because it actually talks about how they can be amended.
And your comment earlier about it's been 10 years, you know, if we do something now, have you ever seen a time restriction?
I have seen, I think I've seen one time restriction. I think it was 5 years or something like that. But that's I've only seen that in one place, so.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Member Russell.
So if we give the power to a supermajority of city council, would it necessarily overrule a vote of the people?
It could potentially, yes.
Okay. I actually would rather see it in the hands of the voters rather than in the hands of council.
Okay.
Thank you.
Member Anderson.
I'm in favor of keeping this, but I do have one question. What would it mean that that we couldn't revise, repeal, or amend a rejected ordinance.
What would it mean?
Yeah,
It would mean it would go into place as approved by the voters. All the language.
but if the ordinance was rejected by electoral vote, there's nothing to revise or amend.
Oh, yes.
So that's just I don't think that's worth changing, but it seems like it's a nonsense.
Yeah, we
to have
didn't
that.
raise, yeah, I understand your point.
Or-
Yeah, we
yeah.
didn't raise that
But
issue.
otherwise, yeah, I'm happy to keep this in there and keep the authority with the people.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, my question is similar and perhaps even the same as Councilman Anderson's question. This language is pretty specific. It says adopted or rejected by electoral vote. So if we're working on a controversial issue as a council and we pass an ordinance, the voters circulate a referendum petition and they say, we don't like that ordinance, and it goes down in flames at the ballot box, does that, in your opinion, mean that we are restricted from addressing that topic again, or can we just not write the same ordinance again?
So, so if you have a referred ordinance and the voters don't approve the ordinance, or
So
they
we passed
reject-
an ordinance, let's just say, an ordinance we passed recently was updating, some, open carry restrictions in the city, just terminology. And our voters don't like it, so they circulate a referendum petition. And they say, they send it to the vote, and it
the voters,
doesn't-
the
they
voters
reject.
reject your ordinance?
Yes.
Okay. The problem with the interpretation question that you're raising, I think, is that the language revised, repealed, and amended is a bit unusual. It's missing something, right? It's missing just adopted straight out. Like, so you don't have an ordinance on the books, you pass an ordinance, the voters refer it, the voters say, no, council, we don't want that ordinance, and the one verb that's missing there is adopted. I think a court's really gonna struggle with the intent of that provision under
Okay.
those circumstances.
Yeah, so it's something that would potentially result in litigation. I'd like to do a further examination of this particular section before I make any conclusion on what we should do. I like the spirit of what it's trying to do, but I think there's something in here that doesn't quite sit right with me.
Okay. I suppose you could always add adopted as one of those verbs in there,
Member Noonan Camp?
as an alternative.
I support leaving this in as well. I am curious if we have any examples about where this has been prohibitive and maybe the implementation of an ordinance that's passed by the voters, or as circumstances change, nothing is in a vacuum, and potentially there need to be adjustments to something over time if there's been issues maybe throughout history where we've had to go back to the voters on something that maybe feels a little bit granular. If there is a way to clean that up, I'm not sure if you're familiar with any examples. I'm hesitant to include the supermajority vote in a way that would be able to repeal something that the voters have passed, but I am curious about if there are any potential challenges we would face in the implementation of something.
Yeah, I mean, the reality, I've seen it happen with certain, well, I think marijuana is probably the biggest one, just because the law and the regulations related to marijuana change out of no control of a municipality. The terminology changes, the licenses are available that change, and this would prevent you from adding a license that's new, potentially, that wasn't part, you'd have to go back, oh, well, can we have delivery permits or whatever? I think that's a really good example of something that kind of changes without your control and can get really out of whack with an original ordinance on, like, marijuana. I've had some other, I've had one client who had issues with how something was supposed to be funded, and the funding, what it was supposed to fund no longer existed. And so they were like, what do we do now? This thing that's supposed to fund doesn't exist anymore. So things do change. Those are the two instances I can think of off the top of my head. What I can do is we could talk about this next time with maybe some ideas about how to find nuance on the kind of amendment, revising, repealing language, where, maybe if the spirit of the referred measure or the initiated ordinance is maintained, or not violated, I guess, in the circumstances of a rejection, that you're not going against the spirit of the vote, I guess is kind of what I'm saying. I know that sounds very fuzzy, but something like that, where it's like, oh no, we're just clarifying terminology in the ordinance or something like that. But- so we
I
can-
personally, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, I would personally find that very helpful to revisit this with some more clear kind of examples of what our options are here. Very much to what you're saying, you know, maybe we maintain that we can't repeal it, but we leave the options to make the necessary adjustments to implement, you know, the will of the voters or to comply with state law as it changes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Just one suggestion in that vein, you know, in the event that something does go completely sideways, maybe the authority to pass an emergency ordinance that's effective until the people can vote might also be a way to go. And that way, council would be able to act quickly enough to make whatever changes necessary, but then there would be that, again, check on the authority that they're exercising subsequent to that action.
Any other comments from council? Don't see anything else. Ms. Sellers, go ahead to the next section.
All right, so away from initiative and referendum and on to the city manager. So the only question we really wanted to raise with you is, do you want to have the residency restriction for the city manager in the charter? You know, again, this is a policy question, not really a legal one. Sometimes maybe it makes it hard to recruit candidates, things like that. I don't know what your experience has been, so. Again, this is policy. You can always require it in the contract that you have with the city manager, or that they have to move into the city within a certain period of time. And so removing it would give you that flexibility to contract for it. But again, it's a policy question and not really a legal one.
Any comments from council? Mayor Pro Tem?
I do not support changing this requirement. I think of all the city staff that should live in the city, the manager is number one on the list.
Member Wink?
I concur with the Mayor Pro Tem. I like the policy we have in place for finding our city managers, searching for, so I wouldn't change this.
Member Woodward?
I concur with Mayor Pro Tem. I'm thinking about a number of years ago, the city had a school board administrator that lived in Greeley. And that kind of created some problems. And I think the city manager should live in the city. Thank you.
Just a question, what is the time frame for the city manager to find someplace to live in Inglewood? Do we have that in charter? I thought we did.
I think as soon as he takes office, he or she has got to be living here,
Okay.
according to this. So day one,
Right. Yeah, my preference is not to change it, but I can understand, especially when the housing market was really tight. I had concerns about whether or not we can get that residency in place in time. So that was my only concern there, but I do feel that the city manager should be living within the city limits. But Member Russell, did you have something to add? I saw a light over there, but guess not. Mayor Pro Tem.
I was just gonna say that the city manager's salary will buy you a lot of nights at the Lucky U, so can always find a place to stay in Inglewood.
No further comments. Ms. Sellers, I think next section.
all right, so staying on the city manager, the question here is really regarding severance. So it's not entirely clear, and you are, of course, the interpreters of your charter, whether the severance pay listed in here, the current month and next calendar month, is a floor or a ceiling. So could you negotiate for a higher severance, or, could you drop below it? And so the kind of question, again, it's a policy issue, is do you want to keep that specific severance calculation in the charter as opposed to leaving it as a matter of contract? Again, I don't know what effect this might have on recruitment if it's considered a ceiling and they can't negotiate for a larger severance. I don't know what that will do with candidates.
Member Anderson.
I don't know before my time, but I think this has been, for some time now, been at least considered a floor. But to me, this is one I would consider removing that provision. That's something that I think can be dealt with. Times change, expectations change, market changes, so that's something that could be dealt with, I think, contract to contract.
Member Russell.
Thank you. Actually, and it could have been a floor, because I do think that if it's at least the city managers in the past have negotiated more in their contract, if that's what they wanted. So I don't have a problem with leaving this in.
So it sounds like historically you've treated it like a floor.
Member Noonan-Kemp.
I have a question about this. Your note under concern and question says, and it's not clear if this is a floor or a ceiling. Is the ambiguity necessarily a bad thing? Is it something that, it's been this way for a long time. Is it something that then leaves us flexibility, or is, because again, I'm just thinking about how many changes do we really want to make, and some of the things that are existing may be fine, and we have some flexibility. I'm sure asking for flexibility is not what an attorney wants to hear, but can you give some guidance on, is there a risk of leaving it how it is?
Honestly, the risk is probably extremely low to non-existent, because nowadays, anyway, particularly, I don't know what the history of this particular provision is, but nowadays you contract with your city manager, and so if you decide it's a ceiling next time, and this is all they get, and you're gonna rely on this, that council is free to make that choice. And so that ambiguity that you're talking about does allow council to have a little flexibility if they want to say, oh, no, that's all we're going to negotiate this time for some reason. I think the reality is that councils will continue to treat it like a floor, because I think good city manager candidates are going to ask for more, and you're going to want that candidate. So it's the fact that it's never come up, I think, indicates a lot probably as to whether or not it's really that big of an issue.
That's helpful. Thank you for that. And based on that, I view this as a lower priority change. I think we can leave it as is and utilize the flexibility that we have.
City Manager Lewis, you have something to add?
Thank you, Mayor. Just for historical context, this absolutely came up in my contract negotiations. 2 council members on that council voted for my appointment and against my contract because of this provision in charter. So it definitely has and will be an issue, I think.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I would strike it. I think it's unnecessarily prescriptive. A question, this is specific to removal as well. So this would only apply if council involuntarily terminated the manager.
That's how I would read removal, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I would just strike it. We can add something in ordinance or negotiate a contract accordingly if the need ever arises.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I too feel that this should be removed from charter. Anyone else? Member Wink.
Sure, I'll contribute and also support the removal of this.
Thank you, Member Wink. Member Woodward.
I would also support removing it.
Any Member Noonan-Kemp?
I just have one other question on this that's slightly different. Is it okay if I move on? Can you remind me if the amendment that we just passed also addresses the gendered language when we're referring to the city manager?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
Your city attorney is nodding her head, so yes.
Thank you. Just wanted to refresh on that. Thank you.
Any further comments? I think that's the end. Anything
That
else,
is the end.
Member Sellers? Or Member Sellers? It's just beginning of the night too, so.
I know, you go on.
Anything else to add, Ms. Sellers?
What'd you say?
Anything else to add? No? Any further questions from council? Ms. Sellers, thank you very much for your time tonight. Moving on to the second agenda item. Yes, we do have Director Jackie Loh here to provide the October 2022 monthly financial report. Good evening, Ms. Loh. We can't hear you. Hold on, Ms. Loh. Director Loh.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Council. I will review with you the 2022 October General Fund financials by revenue and expenditures. The slide.
Director Loh, there's a
Next.
delay. We are seeing the slides change, but you can just say next slide and we will be on the slide before it shows up for you, I think.
Okay, the next. Through October 2022, the city general fund received total 52.4 million or 92.5% of budgeted revenue, which is 5.7 million higher than the same period in 2021. Next slide. Thank you. The total operating year-to-date revenue is tracking 12.2% higher than the same time last year. The major revenue line items, through October 2022, the city has received 8.7 million in property taxes. Of that total, 5.2 million went to the general fund, 385,000 to EDDA, and the rest to the debt service for the Parks and Rec and the police building general obligation bonds. The next line item is sales use tax remittance, total 33.1 million or 94.1% of budgeted revenue, which is 4.1 million higher than the same time last year. Additionally, the sales use tax audits and voluntary disclosure collections amount to 365,000. Please note the EDDA TIF tax increment financing is estimated at 293,000, which is higher than the EDDA budgeted revenue of 220,000. This figure is subject to audit. The marijuana sales tax audit tax accounts for 1.3 million, which is 278,000 lower than 2021. The next major line item is licenses and permits revenue, which is 829,000 higher in 2022 due to one large building permit that was issued in 2022. Let's take a look at investment earnings line item. The investment earnings are negative 426,000, which consists of a 211,000 interest earned and the 637,000 unrealized losses. Please note, as per council request, we remove one-time revenue from this presentation. Next slide, please. This slide shows the total sales use tax top 11 revenue sources, which is broken down by different sectors. Next. This slide shows the sales use taxes revenue, the cash collected from 2019 to 2022. You can see the October numbers are higher than the same time in the past 4 years. Next slide, please. This slide shows the cumulative change in sales use tax collected from 2018 to 2022. The dollar amount increase since 2018 is approximately 8.6 million. Next, please. This is sales tax area map. Next slide. You can see the sales tax collections by area. You can see the total new business opened and closed. I want to reference a question Mayor Pro Tem asked related to Area 5. Based on the September financial, the Area 5 has gained more businesses but experienced revenue losses. We did some research. The primary revenue loss is attributed to the marijuana retail sales. You can see based on October financials, the marijuana revenue was down by 278,000 compared to the same time last year. The business gain in Area 5, those are very small businesses like office supplies, mini marts, liquor stores, fast food. So you can see the additions and subtractions from the business from that area. And here's the reason why the revenues decreased compared to same time last year due to the marijuana sales. Next slide, please. This is another way to present the sales use collected by area from 2018 to 2022. Next. Next. Yeah, let's take a look at operating expenditures. Next slide, please. The total operating expenditures year to date are 46 million or 77.3% of the budget expenditures. The total operating expenditures year to date are 1.79 million or 4.1 million higher than those in 2021. Next. Yeah. This is another way to present our expenditures by categories. Personnel, commodities, contractual services, capital, and debt services. Across all departments, part of the variances in personnel is due to the 3.5% salary increase across employee groups. Also, the year-to-date actuals include the salary adjustments, mid-year promotions for various positions. And please note, the Inglewood Employee Association, EEA, and Inglewood Police Bargaining Association, EPBA, started receiving 3.5% salary on August 1st. The year-to-date operating surplus, excess revenue over expenditures is approximately 6.4 million compared to amended budget. You can see the comparison to the same time last year and the budgeted amount. Next. This is the transfer into general fund and transfer out. We transferred 134,000 from public improvement fund for debt service payment for energy savings project. Also transfer out of the general fund for capital projects and the EDDA portion of the loan, 150,000. Next. This is a one-time adjustment we talk about. You can see the total one-time adjustment subtract from our financials based on revenue and expenditures for 2022 and 2021. Next. Yeah, this is the general fund composition. You can see at the end of October year to date, we have ending general fund balance of 22.9 million. Of that, 1.8 million is restricted for Tabor by law, and 95,000 is committed by council because long-term assets reserve, and 404,000 is restricted for specific projects for ARPA funding, and 1.1 million is restricted by funder for youth activities as a result of the sales of Denver Bronco team. Of the 1.1 million, council has approved to use approximately 616,000 for 2023 expenditures. And another 16.7% is unrestricted reserve, which leaves unassigned fund balance at the end of October around 9.5 million. Next. Yeah, these are appendix for the sale taxes by area. This concludes my presentation. Do you have any questions about the October financials?
Thank you, Director Loh. Any questions from council? Don't see any questions, Director Loh. Thank you very much for that presentation and for providing us some clarity on Area 5. So really appreciate that. And with that,
thank you for your time.
Thank you, Director Loh. And with that, I'm going to ask members of council, did we want to take a break now before we jump into the housing assessment and code next? I just felt it would be best to have those two together. So any preference? So we'll go ahead and take our 10-minute break now. And we'll come back at 7:05. Thank you, everyone.
It's fine. Oh, well, now it's not working. Check 1, 2. Nope. It was.
Oh, yeah, I couldn't hear her. Yeah, attorney. Should be this one. Test, test. Test, test, test. Oh, he's got a 4.
All right, everyone, we are back. We're on to the third item for tonight. It's the housing assessment study. Here we have Senior Planner John Voboril, Planning Manager Bryan Isham, and Ms. Aggeler of Root Policy here to present an update on the finding housing assessment. Mr. Isham, good evening.
Sorry. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just want to give a brief intro on this topic. We started this process back in April of 2022. Here we are, pretty short, little over 7 months later, and Heidi Aggeler is here to present the findings and recommendations from Root Policy's housing needs assessment that they did for the city, as well as have some discussions on incentive-based policy and inclusionary-based policy. So without that, I'll invite Heidi up to go through their presentations, and we'll be available for any questions from council.
Great. Thank you very much, Brian. Nice to see you all this evening. I do have a slide presentation, which you can go ahead and jump into. And just with this, that I don't know how to work. There we go. That's easy. It's really nice to be with you. I'm Heidi Aggeler from Root Policy. We are a women-owned business just up the street in Denver, and I'm going to present on the housing needs assessment that we've conducted for the city. So I'll cover three main items today. I'm going to give you a recap. You've seen some of the housing needs already. I'm going to give a recap so that the folks watching can get up to speed on where we are in the assessment. I'll discuss our recommendations, and then I'm going to pivot a little bit and talk policy, specifically the feasibility analysis associated with two policies, incentives and inclusionary zoning. I wanted to start with first addressing or answering the question about why is it important to address housing needs. I think we're all aware that we're in a very difficult market in Colorado right now, as in many parts of the country. But I wanted to touch on a couple of items of research that are really, I think, imperative in thinking about why is it appropriate for a local government to address housing needs. And the first is this awareness that housing is a fundamental functioning element of an economy. When we think about housing and how people cycle through housing, there are a number of different reasons why they may need to change their housing situation. They may move out of their parents' house, they may graduate from a trade school, from college, and start a household on their own. They may get divorced, they may need to move in with a family member to care for them. And when you think about housing needs, we need to keep in mind this life cycle that everybody goes through, and how housing needs changes over time. There's also quite a bit of research that shows that not addressing housing needs has a real impact on a local economy and on not only statewide but also national gross domestic product. And the reason being is that when capital cannot move to where it is most productive because housing is not available, you see this certainly at a crisis point in California, that lowers economic growth and lowers GDP. And then finally, I just wanted to note the fourth bullet here on Englewood. Englewood historically has offered a lot of affordability for the metro area, but that's changed pretty dramatically because of interest rates going up, because of housing market prices going up. Production overall in the metro area has not kept up with demand. So jumping in and talking about housing needs in particular, a summary of top needs. I'll begin with diversity of housing stock, and I'm going to talk about that in more depth in just a moment. We're seeing in the metro area and in Englewood a need for housing stock to diversify to accommodate the range of needs that I've discussed. Additional affordable rentals is another top need. Your rental prices have increased really dramatically, much faster than the income of renters. Starter homes priced at or below $300,000 is another top need. People who are trying to get into home ownership are having a lot of trouble finding affordably priced homes. As a consequence, they stay as renters, which further compresses the rental housing stock. And then last but not least, additional resources to help people stay stable in housing. Again, as people evolve through their life cycle, as they gain jobs, as they lose jobs, as they acquire a disability and maybe living on disability income, their stability, housing stability will vary, and it's important to have resources available to help people achieve that stability. So starting with housing structure type, we took a look at housing units by type: single family detached, small attached, that would include a duplex, a fourplex, row homes, larger attached units, that's what we typically think of as apartments, and then mobile homes or other. And this shows Englewood compared to peer communities in the metro area. You'll see that Englewood falls a little bit short in the small attached housing type. You don't have a whole lot of that, and you see compared to other areas, including the Denver metro, that your proportions are a little smaller. Shifting and talking about rentals, if I was a renter and I was shopping around in 2010, if you look at the graphic here, you can see that the highest proportion of rental units would fall into that 500 to 650 range. Pretty affordable. Today, the highest proportion of rental units in Englewood falls in the 1,500 to 2,000 range. So you think about those, that median rent that I'd be shopping for has shifted dramatically over the last 10 years. Renter incomes have not kept up with those changes, meaning that there's more renters who are cost burdened, so it's harder for people to afford or to find a rental unit that they can afford. Similarly with for sale, where we've seen the biggest jump in for sale pricing has been in the last 3 years, somewhat associated with interest rates falling to record lows, but also associated with a lot more demand to move to Colorado and buy homes in Colorado over the last few years. This graphic here shows what we call housing gaps, and we determine housing gaps by comparing supply and demand of housing. We start with the rental market gaps. What we do is we look at the proportion and the number of renters under a certain income level relative to supply. So the units, if they were out shopping today, units that they could find that they could afford. When the number of units is smaller than the number of renters, that is a gap. And where you see the gap is most acute for renters, and this is true of all of the jurisdictions in which we're working in the metro area, is at that 0 to 30% AMI. To put that into dollar amount terms, in the metropolitan area, the AMI is a little over 100,000. So this is about $30,000 per year that a family would earn to fall under that 30% AMI level. There is a shortage of about 1,500 units. So there are 1,500 more renters earning 0 to 30% of AMI than units to meet their affordability needs. There's also a gap at the less than 50% AMI level, so roughly $50,000 a year, but that's a little bit smaller. The units start to catch up with the renters at that point in time. For sale, we look at proportion. So we look at the proportion of renters who at a certain income bucket who would be out shopping relative to what they can find, and where there is a gap, it's a percentage point gap. And so you see the most acute gap at that 30% to 80% AMI level, but it also exists up to 120% AMI. Shift and talk about recommendations. So when we think, and there's a lot more information in the full housing needs assessment about needs, I just talked about the most prevalent needs. When you think about how would you approach this as a locality about the size of Englewood, what can you do to make a difference in people's housing situation right now? The key strategies include funding, so you can direct money into assisting housing development, into assisting people achieve housing stability. You can facilitate the building or the development of units, which is what a lot of jurisdictions are trying to do right now, since we're so behind as a metropolitan area and a state in production. That could include dedicated affordable housing, so where there's a contract that designates what the income is for a person to be able to live in that housing. It can also include what we call naturally occurring affordable housing, so market rate housing that is, for a variety of reasons, affordable, generally more affordable than other types of housing. And then also facilitating diverse housing types, so making sure that you've got that suite of housing, units of housing supply that people need as they go through their life cycle. Preserving housing, and Englewood's done this for a number of years, making sure that people who have repair needs want to stay in their homes, that they can afford to make those repairs, and that that housing doesn't slip into disrepair or get bought and demolished. And then finally, assisting residents, so helping them stay in housing by providing them with rental assistance in terms of counseling, making sure that they have the right resources to avoid foreclosure. Our recommended action items, so when we step back and we look at the needs and think about what can a community like and what should a community like Englewood do to address needs, these are our recommendations. The first is adopting a goal. So we're big believers in our clients adopting goals, so you have something to work toward. And there's a number of different ways you can think about those goals. You could adopt an output-oriented goal, so where you focus on how many types of units would you like to see developed over a period of time? How could you facilitate development of units that are more likely to be affordable or that are intentionally affordable? You can also look at an input goal. So how could you direct funding? How could you direct policy to be able to facilitate more housing? And then finally, some of our clients will set what we call value-oriented goals. We'd like to see this kind of housing be developed for these types of residents who we know have needs. Creating a dedicated revenue source to address housing challenges. The emphasis here is on that dedicated revenue source. So we see a lot of our clients create housing trust funds, but they don't have a recurring source of revenue associated with them, so they may build up over time, or they may not build up over time to a level that's adequate to be able to really move the needle in terms of housing. Updating your code, which we'll talk about more tonight, to reduce barriers to allow development of more diverse housing types. Codifying development incentives for affordable housing. I'm going to talk about that next. Considering inclusionary zoning to create more affordable units. Allocating publicly owned land or strategically acquiring underutilized properties or vacant land to then repurpose that land for affordable or mixed income housing. Supporting acquisition and rehabilitation that preserves housing. Improving access to and awareness of regional housing programs, and if possible, bolster with local resources. There's a lot of energy right now, particularly in the South Metro area. A lot of your peer communities, including Littleton, are looking at shifting their housing policies. Littleton just passed an inclusionary zoning ordinance, Centennial's studying housing as well. And so thinking about how do you all coordinate and work together so that you've got comparable policies that the development community can understand. And last but not least, thinking more broadly, advocating for regional collaboration and partnership development. It's my understanding that thinking about regional coordination, you'll see some state activity or at least state discussions in this legislative session around that as well. So just being aware of that. This doesn't acknowledge, we put this together before we knew that the Proposition 123 had passed. And so obviously, looking toward how you may be able to benefit from that increased revenue source. So I'm going to shift and talk about feasibility analysis, and then I'll take questions. By feasibility analysis, what I'm talking about is economic testing to make sure that if you were to offer any kind of incentives to develop housing, particularly affordable housing, or if you were to require the development or inclusion of affordable housing in new construction, that it would work, so that it would be favorable, still be favorable to the developer. The reason that you need to do feasibility analysis, and there's many examples out there of communities that have not done feasibility analyses and then 3 years down the road looked back and realized our policy's not working, why is it not, is to understand how well these systems are going to work. We model typical real estate pro formas, so that's the sort of development, the revenue against costs, and look at the return, what the return would be without an incentive or an inclusionary policy, and how that would change over time. One note is that these are market-driven programs. So the feasibility analysis looks at the private sector and the private sector as a partner in developing housing under these scenarios. It's important to note that when these policies typically don't work, it's because production is low or is non-existent. So these two programs only work when new housing is being built. So we tested a number of incentives and requirements. We looked at two different districts, your R1 district and then your multi-unit districts. And we tested a number of different guidelines that we see employed in peer communities. So I'll give you an example here. Tier 1 detached house. We asked the question of, what if the city allowed multi-unit housing standards in a detached a medium lot zone with a lot size reduction to 1,800 square feet per unit? We also, and this is a really important piece, we modeled a parking reduction. That's a very important part of that modeling and the success of that modeling. For like a tier 2 there, for the first line, we said, what if 10% of the units below, or what if the requirement was 10% of units are affordable below 60% AMI for rental, or 15% of units below 80% AMI for sale? If you allowed an additional story in terms of a development bonus, and then also allowed a parking reduction. So this is the math behind all of that feasibility analyses. Again, we looked at single-family detached homes, a row house on a larger lot, a 3-story small apartment, a 3-story large apartment, and then a 6-story large apartment. And what I would, point you to, what's really important is the far right column, which is the return on cost. So we did a base case. What could I develop today if I walked in the door and wanted to build? And what would happen, for example, on this base case, the single family detached, if I was allowed to do a 4-plex on a single family lot, if one of those units was affordable? Would my return go up or down? And you can see in all of these scenarios, so where you see the little green plus on the far right side, the return goes up. So these are all economically feasible alternatives to the base case. And I'll go back to that too if you have questions about the math. But the last point here is that, as I mentioned, the proposed incentive package does generate material benefit to developers under a typical development scenario. Now, all development scenarios are a little bit different. We're modeling what we believe to be an average development scenario for average development costs right now. Couple things to keep in mind when you're thinking about an incentive. What was really key is the parking reduction. So that gave developers that big boost. If you were to allow parking reduction as an incentive, let's say just to produce more units, then it's very unlikely that a developer is going to opt into an affordable housing incentive if they can already get the parking reduction through for a different reason, so a different policy reason. So just keep that in mind. If you were to give that parking waiver up for different reasons, it's unlikely you're going to generate a lot of affordable housing through an incentive program. Mandatory inclusionary program with a similar incentive. Now, state law that allowed inclusionary zoning to happen did require some kind of incentive. So we modeled that. That's a linked program where you have inclusionary and the incentive. It's also feasible. Typically, what developers will do is they'll build those units or they'll pay an in lieu fee under inclusionary zoning. And as I mentioned earlier, Littleton just passed an inclusionary zoning. So our recommendation is to move forward with an attainable housing incentive program as drafted in Code Next, but also continue discussions of a mandatory inclusionary program so that you would have the benefits of both. A lot of clients will ask us about voluntary inclusionary programs, and we typically don't see that those return a lot of units, that developers do not take advantage of those, and that's not only true in Colorado, we see that in other states as well. With that, I am happy to take questions.
Thank you, Ms. Aggeler, for the presentation. Any questions from council? Member Russell?
Thank you. So if council should consider giving parking reduction in exchange for affordable housing, does that mean that people that can afford in the affordable range do not have vehicles?
Not necessarily. You know, and our assessment was that although that can be true, but it really depends on who's occupying that housing. Our assessment was that your parking requirements are quite large, and so that there is some wiggle room there to be able to offer that incentive, and it's a big incentive because parking, development of parking is expensive, particularly structured parking. I think it is well documented that people at that 0 to 30% AMI level, so the lower the income, it's not entirely true, but it's largely true, particularly single-person households are are much less likely to have cars.
Okay, that's interesting. I mean, I know over at the Malley Center, not the Malley Center, the Simon Center, the parking lot is full. And that is mostly HUD assistance. So, and I guess here's my concern, is the fact that especially in areas where there's a lot of apartment houses and one area is over between Lafayette and probably about Race and just south of Floyd, there's a lot of apartment houses in there. You cannot park on the street because people are parking on both sides of Floyd across from the park. And so I struggle with reducing parking. So I just think there are other problems with that. But my other question is, you've already been working with the Code Next people, correct, on the inclusionary housing?
We have been coordinating with them so that the feasibility modeling that we did reflects Code Next. So we're not modeling anything that is antiquated or that would be changed.
Okay, thank you, because it's already included in the Code Next information that we'll be discussing tonight. Thank you.
Member Anderson?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. My question is on thinking through a parking reduction incentive. You know, right now our parking requirement's way up here, and if we say we're gonna keep that the same, but we'll give an incentive for low income housing that gets it reduced, we're picking up some new low income housing that's basically, instead of paying for parking spaces, they're paying now for some low income housing. I can see that being a good incentive. What would happen in your modeling if we just dropped the parking requirement down altogether? Now, we lose that leverage, but we also open up a whole bunch more land for increased housing supply in general. And so I'm just wondering about the policy decision here. If we intentionally, say we have the desire on council to drop it down altogether, but we intentionally say, no, we're gonna leave it up so we can use some leverage. Are we exchanging a small supply of affordable housing for a potentially much bigger increase of housing across the board by just eliminating the requirement altogether? You hear what I'm saying, the supply effects of the policy?
Yeah, it's hard to know. I think what I would focus on is what would be the most known outcome, the outcome that you could control. It is hard to know, if you gave a parking reduction that was not connected to any kind of affordability ask, how much developers would take advantage of that. So just because you give that incentive doesn't mean a developer's going to do it. So they may still choose to build a base case development with standard parking. So you may not get extra units. B, it's hard to know at what point where that tipping point exists where you would get so much production that it would shift the affordability or the cost curve a little bit. If you were to tie that reduction to affordability, then you would know that you'd get some kind of affordability, contracted affordability unit in exchange. Does that make sense?
But I'm following that like I think that's the appeal of it, is you know that if somebody takes advantage of that incentive, then you're getting affordable housing because you're requiring that of them to give you the affordable housing. It's that kind of counterfactual that you don't know is if you eliminated that high parking standard altogether and brought it down low all over the place, are you exchanging a few new people who are taking advantage of those, getting 10 new low-income units, where if you just eliminated that high parking requirement altogether and everybody got the benefit of a low parking requirement, if you would get, 200 units that would have never existed in the first place. And that's kind of my real concern about it. I'm wondering if there's some way to to kind of balance those and say, let's reduce it quite a bit, but still leave some room to lower that parking requirement to get some affordable housing or something like that. But I'm hesitant to want to leave it where it's at because I feel like it's too high. And if nobody takes advantage of that, then we're just going to end up with a whole bunch more parking lots that we don't really need. So.
The one note I would make is part of the magic in why the incentive works with a parking reduction is the allowance for a reconfiguration of that development. So it's not just the reduction in the parking costs, it is that you can maximize the site a little bit differently than you were able to before. So you could potentially get, if you think about a density bonus, it's not, with a parking reduction, it's not just that extra floor that I get. I have the ability to reconfigure in a way that I can boost the number of units,
Sure.
and I may be able to do more mixed income units.
Got it. Thank you.
Member Noonenkamp.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I start, I just wanted to speak briefly to Member Russell's point about the parking on Floyd. I live off of Floyd. I walk it every single day. That is not my experience. There is always plenty of street parking when I see it every single day, so I'm not sure what times of day you have seen it, but just as a note for the rest of council. Thank you so much for being here tonight and for the presentation and for the report. I found the report incredibly helpful and compelling and frankly striking to see how many members of our community are actually on the cusp of homelessness and the burden that many in our community are actually experiencing and how it informs this conversation. So thank you so much. I have many questions. I'm going to try to pace myself here, but I'll start with around the preservation of existing affordable housing. I appreciate I think there's 7 to 9 recommendations of what we could do. One of the things that we're experiencing here is the scraping of existing starter homes to build higher luxury homes. I didn't see anything in the report about that specifically, but is there anything, obviously it's private property, but is there anything we can do that addresses the reduction of starter homes that we have currently?
I mean, Boulder's tried a couple of things where they've looked at limits on the size, the replacement, the size of the replacement unit. So trying to discourage really that McMansion. If the most intentional thing you can do is to allow a partner, help facilitate partnership with your housing authority to acquire those units. In the Great Recession, there was a lot of money through the Neighborhood Stabilization Program for housing authorities to acquire units, and they did. And that was a big inventory boost in many communities. Without historic preservation, some kind of rule to restrict what that unit can be, it is really hard to ensure that those units stay affordable without a pretty intentional acquisition strategy.
That's helpful, and I know our housing authority has faced those challenges of, like many in our community, being outbid when trying to, attain those properties. As a follow-up, I'm curious, one of the points in the report, the biggest gap we have, especially for purchasable units, which I think is really important for us to be talking about, is that missing middle, the attached duplex, triplex, quad, and I'm curious, if we were to change our zoning and made that more accessible for development, again, where we are seeing those kinds of structures being built in our community, those units are being sold for $750,000 a side. They're not considered, affordable even at 120 AMI. And so I'm curious if there's anything else you think we could do that if we made that available, it would actually be affordable attached units and not unaffordable.
Yeah, so Austin, Texas has done that, I think, better than anywhere else. They have a program called Affordability Unlocked, and I think it goes up to either a sixplex or a duplex, but I can only take down a single-family detached home and build up to a sixplex or a fourplex if a certain proportion of those, and theirs is high, it's 75% are affordable. So it's very much a affordability program, a nonprofit affordability program. My understanding is that they've had far more units permitted under that program than like a Minneapolis that's just letting the market respond and doesn't have an affordability constraint to it. They've got a lot of other things built into that program. It's very much a very strong affordability program, but you could attach a requirement, some level of affordability requirement like we modeled for the fourplex, or attach a fee, some kind of a fee in lieu to that new build. So even though if you had a fee in lieu, even if you were getting duplexes that were more expensive than the 120% AMI, at least you'd be generating some revenue to then turn that around and produce affordable housing in a different way. It's not ideal, but this is a real conundrum, and I think our data show that in your community in particular, single-family detached still carry a relative affordability compared to certain kinds of attached homes.
Thank you.
Member Anderson, you mind if I go first?
No, go ahead.
I had a question. So, Ms. Adler, thank you very much for this. I think this is very timely, especially since we just had the parking discussion a couple weeks back. And one of the things I know that Member Anderson kind of alluded to, there were a few of us here that were looking at potentially dropping the parking requirements. But based on what you're stating here, we need to have that carrot in order to give an incentive to developers to provide affordable housing. So my concern has always been, how do we get the 30 or 60% AMI? Those homes built into the city, it does sound like we need that parking requirement. The parking requirement seems to be the main, the primary cost that developers are seeing here to develop that, or to help provide the ROI on any type of development. Are there any other drivers that we should be considering outside of just parking, or is the parking the biggest one?
So right now the parking is pretty important factor, but that'll change over time. So the one thing to keep in mind with an incentive or an inclusionary program is it's not fixed in time, and it's a policy that you need to revisit of 5 years. And I think that that's something that many jurisdictions don't think about. It's not a light switch. It's not just going to produce a whole bunch of units, but it is. It should be a market-informed attempt to address needs at a point in time that needs to be looked at. So I would put that parking in that. Certainly, parking seems to be a very important incentive right now, but it's something that you would want to revisit in the future.
So at this point in time, that's the main driver, or at least one of the biggest cost drivers. When you, in that chart that you were showing previously, were you using current code or Inglewood statistics specifically, or is that just broad,
This would be Englewood specific code.
So this is based on current code.
It's tailored to Englewood,
Okay.
yes.
All right, thank you, Ms. Aggeler. Member Anderson and then Member Russell.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a question on Austin's program that you were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
You said they're allowed to build up to a sixplex on a single family?
It's either 6 or 8, and I can't remember
okay.
off the top of my head.
Now, are those units, is that just, is the affordability requirement, is that a rental program, or are these units for sale as well?
I believe it's primarily rental, but I don't know that. There may be a for sale component. I'm not sure. It could be both.
Okay, and are they allows them to build multi-family housing in a place where otherwise only single-family housing would be
Sort of.
permitted,
There's some pretty, you couldn't build on any single-family detached lot. So it's really oriented toward like corner lots that abut busier streets. So there's some site constraints site specifications that dictate where the program, or where those units will be built.
Okay, thank you.
Member Russell?
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. So the one thing that I've seen here, and I mean, I don't know in Austin, is it just certain areas of town? I mean, I know my daughter lived in unincorporated Austin County, and so they're a lot bigger and have a lot more room. So is it only in specific areas?
It's only within the city of Austin, so it wouldn't be in the broader county, is my understanding.
Okay, and so I think one of the things that we have had trouble with here is we've created some of our own problem. Because probably 7 years ago, the city decided to tear down a lot of houses in District 1 between Broadway and Santa Fe and north of Dartmouth and build a lot of those. Well, that was the area where there was relatively affordable starter homes in the city, and so we've done away with it, and that's part of the reason our housing costs are going up exponentially, because when you build a duplex on that same area. So how do we protect against that?
I think that, so this is it's a tough policy to ensure that you're gonna get exactly, correct, that you're gonna return the type of units that you want in the place that you want with the affordability that you want. So a lot of it is just being very conscious about where units would be allowed, under what parameters, so what site constraints you would allow more density. With the model that we did here, we modeled with the fourplex scenario that one of those units would be affordable and would contribute to your need for affordable housing stock. And so I would definitely build that into it, some level of requirement of affordability, so that in exchange for more density, the community's getting something back. But I think that you can build those the site configuration, and you can build some constraints into the policy so that you're not inviting too much disruption and not getting back the intent of the policy to allow more to facilitate more affordability.
Okay, I appreciate that, and the bottom line is, we're going to have to increase density in order to do this, because we're enclosed. And we're mostly redeveloping the city, it is not developing the city. And so I just want to make sure that we are careful to do it in a judicious way. Thank you.
Member Woodward?
Thank you. First, I just want to comment on parking. I think the parking on Floyd is different from some of the newer apartment complexes or high-density buildings that we're seeing. 1.7 parking spaces per unit in a TOD area, in my opinion, and in the opinion of Denver metro area and RTD, is excessive. That's a big number, and that's what our code is. Parking along Floyd, I can't imagine why there's a lot of parking along Floyd unless it's the Kimberly Woods area. And then that I can understand. I don't know how many parking places are there, but during the evenings, probably at nighttime, Floyd probably does fill up. But I think 1.7 for the whole city is too high a number, way too high. I also want to mention too that I think I'm starting to confuse the Code Next and the accessibility. The assessment here that you had, but Boulder County had an assessment program, I believe, that was mentioned in the actual written report here, which seem to be fairly highly thought of. And I guess that I would like to hear more about that, how that relates to Inglewood.
In terms of accessibility, do you mean, just a clarification, accessibility from a mobility perspective?
I'm sorry, not accessibility, but assessment, or housing assessment study update.
Oh,
The
sure.
report, the big report.
One of the things that we've been impressed with, and I'll speak to regional planning first. The metropolitan areas in Colorado don't really have a record of coming together and planning regionally around housing because we don't require it. So you see that certainly in California, it's a mandate. You see it a lot in the Northwest. You see it in the East Coast. The Boulder Valley Partnership, they came together to set a goal and set an overall goal. So they said in the valley, these are what our housing needs are, and in the valley overall, this is what we'd like production to be in the proportion of our overall units that should be affordable at different levels. And then the jurisdictions within that partnership decided what their individual goals should be. So they were able to tailor Longmont's needs look different than the city of Boulder's needs. And so they collectively agreed upon a goal for the region and then decided how to set individual goals that met the needs of those communities. We like that approach because it's not only tailored to the local government, but it also enables, or I should say facilitates, the communities working together toward a comparable goal. So they may have slightly different inclusionary policies, but they're working in tandem. They're not counter to each other.
Okay. And as I recall, that was something that you recommended that we ought to be taking a look at with possibly Sheridan, Littleton, Centennial.
You know, I think that if I were in your shoes, that's something that I would want to see happen. I mean, I think you may see some policy focus around that at the state level in this near term. So there is recognition that housing markets don't observe city boundaries, that they operate regionally, and we, kind of collectively in the Denver metro area need to do a better job of planning regionally. But again, there's not a mandate, there's not really an incentive to plan regionally, so that policy would need to shift in some way, but you could certainly do it voluntarily, and that's what the Boulder Valley Partnership did.
Okay. I guess I'm wondering too, if we went that direction, could you see us also including northern Douglas County on that? Highlands Ranch area?
Absolutely. When you think about how the housing market works, I mean, I would define. There's not really sort of a clean and fast rule about how the housing market is defined. But if you were to look at market activity, particularly for sale housing, I would definitely argue it. I mean, it feels to me like if you wanted a broader market, that Highlands Ranch or part of Highlands Ranch may be part of that. What's really important is what the participants agree on in terms of what the outcomes are, what you want to achieve through some kind of a partnership. And it's almost more important to make sure that all players are willing players and that they're coming together to set goals than defining the market from a purely sort of market activity level.
Okay. Thank you. That answers my question.
Member Wink?
Thank you, Mayor. Most of us on this council value data over hearsay and just straightforward assumptions. So thank you very much for this this presentation and specifically for conducting the feasibility study, which is very, very helpful. This particular page of the feasibility results, it's real help for us. I appreciate how you broke this out and provided the parking reduction metrics in terms of what that would mean, based on, of course, mid-range, average. Obviously, you can't calculate everything, but I think this is huge help for us and exactly what those of us who requested this were looking for. So thank you very much. Thanks, Mayor.
Ms. Aggeler, I guess I got two more questions, and actually the first one may fall on staff, but when you're talking about creating a dedicated revenue source, have we identified what that dollar amount would be? Because I think we're using, what was it, Fund 46 or, yeah, Fund 46 currently for keeping people or helping people make repairs and to keep their homes, or to allow them to keep their homes that they're currently living in. But it sounded like from the report, there were other options that we may be using that fund for, helping people get into homes by providing a down payment and things like that. I'm not sure if staff has kind of thought about if that was something that they were looking to tackle, but just from your work with other cities, what have they been using this for?
So my recommendation, having some kind of subsidy and some revenue to be able to bolster, to bring to the table, if you will, in negotiations with with developers is always good. And I'll tell you, this is a little bit of a different example, but I think it makes the point well. We just finished a housing study in the state of New Mexico, and did a lot of developer interviews as part of that. It was a big strategic plan. And one developer told me, I will always build in California over New Mexico, because even though it costs a lot more to develop there, they have so many resources. It's easier for me to get it done. And so the resources do matter, whether that be parking waivers, fast tracking, by right development for affordable, or money. All those things matter. Parking right now matters a little more than those other things, but it all makes a difference. I would wait to see what the incentive associated with 123 looks like and how you can take, because you as Englewood probably wouldn't be able to generate, you're going to need to generate a match for 123, but if you're doing that on your own relative to what the state may be able to bring to the table through 123, I'd wait and see and position yourself to be in a place to take advantage of that, and I think you can, because you've got one of the requirements of 123 is that you keep up, with a proportion of affordable stock, and that's naturally occurring as well. You're well positioned because you've traditionally been relatively affordable to be able to just kind of keep that activity up. So I think it's important to have some kind of a dedicated revenue stream. But I would want to pair that, be strategic in what you have available and what you need to be able to maximize your opportunity to get 123 funding.
Sounds good. And when you talked about resources, actually, you provided a pretty good segue to my second question, was if we were to move forward with this inclusionary housing, and did provide this carrot of reducing parking, the parking requirements in order to provide affordable housing, where does the next step fall under? Does it fall under our housing authority? Is it our staff that has to dictate or had to identify who falls under the 30% or 60% AMI or whatever the affordability is for the homes? What happens next if we were to move forward with this in terms of a process?
Yeah, so this is actually a question that my business partner, who couldn't be here tonight, she's in Lafayette, Molly Fitzpatrick, could answer better than I can. She's been helping Littleton go through that process and had been the point person for them. But the general answer, the typical answer is, you all would say, we'd like to see mandatory inclusionary explored a little more intentionally. We then refine our estimates. I think we would start with what Littleton has done and what Centennial is potentially considering, so that you don't have different policies and you're not discouraging or encouraging developers to go one place over another. So starting with that, and then typically the way you would write an ordinance for your city, I think that goes without saying, and then figures out who would be who's the body that oversees that. Inclusionary is obviously very new to Colorado jurisdictions. Denver's doing theirs on their own. In the mountains where we've seen inclusionary, it is typically like a multi-jurisdictional housing authority that manages those units. oftentimes a developer will just handle that on their own, so they lease up those units, they commit that the contractual obligation lives in the deed on the unit if it's a for sale unit. So there's a lot of different ways that you can structure it, but I would work closely with your peer communities so that your policies are in sync and that your implementation is in sync.
Thank you. Member Nunnenkamp?
Thank you, Mayor. Following up on the Proposition 123, I believe that the housing stock has to be increasing by 3% every year by 2027 for cities to be eligible for the program. And that was my follow-up question for you is, if we were to do nothing, would we meet that threshold? And if we were to implement the recommendations that we have even tonight from Code Next, does that get us there? Can you give us a sense of that target and what we would need to do to be on track 5 years from now?
I wouldn't know without actually doing a little bit of math. My guess was that you would probably be in pretty good shape to be able to, I don't think it would be hard for you to meet that threshold. Without knowing, and you can kind of do like some, estimates and sort of guess what that would look like with the basic ordinance, but it will be refined. My understanding is that that's going to be refined legislatively over the next couple of months, and so having more information about what that might look like for you and then doing some math behind that, I think is what I would do.
That's helpful. And then some of the conversations that we've had on this council and some of the conversations that I have in the community with residents when we talk about affordable housing are, if we were just to simply deregulate almost everything, or, would the market take care of it? And looking at the significant need that you've outlined in this report, can you just summarize if that is a correct assessment? Yep. And what, left to its own devices, will the market ever create kind of deeply affordable housing or even relatively affordable housing? And looking at the recommendations you gave us tonight on the incentives, are they aggressive enough to meet our current needs? If we weren't to look at the inclusionary piece, I'm just looking at, like, based on what we need, and then you have what's feasible, but what do we need to actually meet the need?
Mm-hmm. So I'll answer your last question first. When you think about your rental gap, which is about 1,500 units at that 0 to 30% AMI, the developers are not going to build 0 to 30% AMI housing. So that would be a very intentional development. Low-income housing tax credit developments get you part of the way there. And what they do is they reduce the cost burden of low-income people, but they typically don't get rid of it because that's a 40 to 60% AMI program. So it would require, if all the stars aligned and you had your options and you could pick, what would I be inviting into the city to be able to address my need for the extremely low income people experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness, permanent supportive housing, where I'm getting housing and services together in a development or contractually provided to me, is the best option for those folks. So it would be great if you could get that kind of a development in Englewood, and really anywhere in the metro area would be ideal. Then looking at that next tier and saying we'd like some intentional affordable housing for people who aren't experiencing homelessness or aren't at immediate risk but are not housing stable and probably won't be in market rate housing, like a low-income housing tax credit development. That would be my second, I'm not prioritizing, but that would be something else that I'd like to see. And then above and beyond that, it's a combination of intentional, contractual, affordable housing and naturally occurring affordable housing. It's not that one is better than the other, you really need both. So your question about can we build our way out of this if we do nothing, research shows that, and we usually get this question in terms of, if I build about a bunch of market rate housing, is that enough? And the answer is typically, you're not going to address that very low need, that 30 to 50% AMI, unless your vacancy rates get so high that your market's not functioning. So you need, and we saw this in Denver in the early 2000s, the vacancy rates hit, I think, 12 to 14%, and rents dropped to the point that market rents were equal to what nonprofits were providing. And it was really hard for those nonprofits to stay in business because their pro formas had been modeled at a 3 to 5% vacancy, and suddenly they had a 10% vacancy. So that's not a scenario that anybody wants to happen. But building market rate housing is never bad. So research has shown that it really isn't as disruptive. It doesn't solve the entire problem, but it's not as disruptive as some people may think. So that's back to, it's a combination of all those things. And what you want to do is facilitate each of those, which is a bit of a different policy choice. Your gap is not huge, so 1,500 units is not huge, but when you think about the cost, so the price of, if it costs $300,000 on a good day to build a rental unit, either affordable or market rate, you multiply that by 1,500, that's a big number. So it's really setting the goals, trying to understand what would our ideal scenario be, like I just outlined, in 10 years, and then how do we get there? And then how do we monitor that over time? You probably don't have enough resources to reduce cost burden for everybody to address that gap, but you can make a difference because your gap's not huge. And it's better to do it now before your gap gets really big. In terms of ownership housing, the reason that we model proportions for the gap is that we're assuming that renters are housed, they would like to be owners. So it's a better choice for them, but if they're housed, they're housed, and it's not as dire of a situation than somebody who's housing unstable. I think, particularly right now, facilitating ownership is there's many positive returns from that. One being is that you're getting renters out of rentership. We need, and that's part of our problem right now, is we're not allowing people who want to be owners to be able to achieve ownership. So I don't want to diminish that aspect of setting a goal. It's just a harder thing to set a goal around because you don't have as much control over the market.
It's helpful, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
One of the challenges I have when I look at a study like this, I'm pretty sure I understand how individuals like myself benefit from additional housing stock. I mean, I'm in a position at the point in my life now. I bought my house 10 years ago, got a great value for the price. The market is totally different today than it was in 2011 when I bought my house. But I live in a district and I represent a district full of people who have owned their houses for decades, 60s, 70s, 80s. In particular, when I look at this row house proposal, I think about those neighbors who live in an R1A zone next to neighbors who have large lots. They have large lots themselves. And I have to find a way to justify telling them now they're going to live next to 6 families instead of just 1. And I don't know that I can make that case. So that's where the challenge is for me in the why. I know that affordability is generally good for the community, but I live in a community full of people who have benefited from the lack of affordability in the current market. So where is that sort of balance, if there is one, to be had?
Yeah, you raise a really tough question to answer in that these policy solutions sometimes are so site specific that I don't know, who would take advantage of it. Well, let me back up and say, the person who's electing to sell their home, let's say that the configuration works and so they do have that option to develop a row home with 1 or 2 that's affordable. They're going to sell their property and definitely get, I'm assuming, some equity gain from that, particularly if you can develop more units on that site. So that person does benefit, and there are others in the neighborhood who may benefit. The other argument I would make is just the energy that a reinvention of a neighborhood can bring to a neighborhood and to a community. I think there's definitely some positives there. When there's a negative, it's because it's bad design, the units are in the wrong place, parking hasn't been thought through adequately. So, it's not to say that there aren't any negatives, and it's hard to predict the negatives versus the positives. When we think about housing needs, we're thinking more in what your city needs. It's more in terms of when you look at your employment base, and 50% of your jobs are really low to moderate wage jobs. If you don't provide housing for those people and allow more workforce to live in your community, your commuting is going to increase, traffic's going to increase. You'll need to pay some way. And so I think one of the areas that when communities don't allow themselves to reinvent, to go to kind of adopt the different economic and life cycles, particularly housing life cycles, becoming stagnant and not growing hurts everybody. It may not hurt people at the same level, but over time, I don't think a city would benefit from doing nothing and from resisting any type of growth, because you will change. You're going to change in ways that none of us can anticipate, and to pretend that that's not going to happen and that things will stay the same is just a naive concept, and I don't think it's beneficial over time.
I appreciate that. I think, I don't know, there's a difference between stagnation and stability. And that's part of the concept I'm having trouble grasping. I mean, the place where we sit right now, in the city center in Inglewood, is sure to see some pretty massive change in the next decade. But, the Ward household off of Delaware and Tufts, across the street from an elementary school, which was just rebuilt, probably doesn't want to see that level of change. So that's part of the balance that I'm having trouble. This idea, this concept overall in the study seems to indicate change across the board all over Inglewood in various areas and in various ways. And I think a lot of the residents, particularly the residents who live in District 4, would be resistant to that idea.
So, and I just want to be clear that the feasibility analysis isn't, let me back up and say, we didn't orient the feasibility analysis to solving, we're not managing to your need. We're saying, what if there were more options in terms of housing diversity? Could that work financially, or is that a non-starter? So I wanted to, the feasibility analysis, the objective of that was to help you all understand, is this a policy that might work? And if it doesn't work, then don't try. It doesn't make any sense to try, as opposed to, what if we said there is no such thing as a single family detached home and everybody can do a duplex, but my return showed that that was going to be negative, or that wasn't going to contribute any affordability? That would be the wrong choice. So it's a matter of setting the right parameters for when do you add code flexibility, understanding that if you add it, you may want to have an affordability ask associated with that. And then, what makes sense in terms of site design or configuration? And those are all sort of open questions that partially the Code Next folks are working on. But the point of the feasibility analysis is not to say you should just eliminate single-family detached zoning. You should just let the market do what it wants to do. It's to answer that question. If you do that, does that help?
Thank you for that clarification. That's very helpful.
Member Anderson.
I just wanted to respond to Mayor Pro Tem's concerns as well, because I feel that too, and I understand that concern from my neighbors. But I think there's also a different way of approaching the question that I think is helpful to me is what kind of community are we? What are our community values? Are we the kind of community that says, homeowners like you and me who bought in 2011, 2012, and are now sitting on not quite as much equity as we had last year? Are we just concerned about our own net worth? Or are we the kind of community that says, no, we want to be a place where even the people who have struggled to make it or didn't buy in at the right time where they can find a place in our community too. And hey, for me, if that means, you know, adding some additional units to the market in such a way that maybe, you know, ultimately brings the market down a little bit and I lose a little bit of value, I think that's still worth it to me, because I want to live in the kind of community that takes care of the people or has a space for the people who are in the most need. And I think the citizens of Inglewood share those values as I talk to people. Not everybody, you know, it's a difficult conversation. But to say, are we going to be the kind of community that values and wants to make a place for our poorest neighbors, and a place where they can own and live? And I think that's the kind of community I want to see us grow into, even if we're maybe not all the way there yet.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Russell.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you. I totally appreciate that. One thing I think that we need to be careful of is thinking that the government can do what you're suggesting. Because I remember my parents moved here in the early 50s. The block where my parents bought, actually, my mom worked for Prior Construction Company. He sold the houses to people that could finish the houses for the down payment. So we moved into a shell that had a basement that wasn't finished. My dad finished it. So that was done by individuals in the city. And I think we need to be careful and think outside of the box too, because I think sometimes when the government gets involved, we prohibit things like that from happening. And another thing, and I've heard this a lot, what you said before about providing workforce housing, and I'm not totally against that, but Inglewood has always been a bedroom community. And I think it's pretty tough to change that dynamic. Is that correct, or?
I would argue that, yes, absolutely. And that's part of the magic of Englewood, is that you have an interesting mix of, with your healthcare sector, of having a stable employment base and also providing a diversity of housing for surrounding communities that may not have that. So you're not just a bedroom community, because you do have a fairly large and stable employment base. I mean, that's not just retail, that's not as cyclical as what you might see if you were only retail and construction.
Right. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
If I could just make one clarification in response to Mr. Anderson's comment. I just want to be clear that I'm not suggesting that you, or we're not managing to an increase in or drop in prices. We're thinking about, and it's, sometimes studies show, what's the differential, or how much lower do prices need to get before we return to XYZ market. That's not what we're suggesting. We're not wanting anybody to lose value. What studies like these are trying to achieve is stability, is more, we're trying to temper rapid housing price increases, so Colorado doesn't look like California in a decade, so that there are more choices than, and you don't get to the point where, I'm doing some work in California right now, you don't get to the point where it's so extreme and the gap is so big and it's such a hard problem to solve.
Thank you, Ms. Aggeler. I think the reason why we're having this discussion is because we are trending in that direction. And obviously, no, this has been very beneficial. I know that we have the second part of this conversation coming up next with Code Next. So I'm not sure if you're sticking around. You obviously don't have to for the next conversation, but definitely looking forward to that aspect of it. But Member Noonekamp, I see your light on. Do you have anything else?
Sure, I just had one more question, but I will try to keep it brief. When we're looking at the options that you provided for us, can you just speak a little bit around the inclusionary zoning piece? I get it, the toolkit, we have a lot of options. I don't think if, we left it right now, it would generate enough affordable housing for what we need, especially the purchasable homes, which I understand is hard to quantify, but I also consider to be one of the biggest kind of transformational things that we could do. And if if we considered inclusionary zoning, the biggest argument against it is that it raises all housing costs, right? And it inflates the price and it makes, affordable housing the most expensive to build on the front end. Can you speak to that? I understand that there is some data included in the report that says it actually, is a net gain and it maybe some small rises in rents, but there's obviously other research and other reports that paint a different picture. So can you just speak to that a little bit more?
Sure, yeah, the studies that we've looked at have shown that, and actually, some developers that we've interviewed have said, yes, I may add a little bit on the market price. It's a 0 to 3%, general addition, and that's what academic research has shown as well as what we've heard. Typically, when you structure those programs correctly and you're allowing that incentive, some kind of density bonus, parking reduction, then the developer is made whole. And that was a pretty important element of the state law, was that you couldn't impose inclusionary with some type of offset. And so structuring the program, our modeling showed that you could structure a program that would work and wouldn't have a net loss to a developer. Typically, when you look at permits for before and after communities that pass inclusionary, there's a run-up in permits because everybody's trying to get their permit in before inclusionary is passed. Permits go down a little bit and then they normalize, is what we've found.
And I saw in the report that there was an increase in rent. Is it the same increase for purchasable units?
For what units?
The 3% increase you were.
That would be on market rate units is typically the max increase that a developer offsets to cover the affordable rent, the differential.
And so, and that applies to rent and purchasable, if that was the question.
Sorry.
That 3% increase is for rental prices and for purchase prices if it's a purchasable unit?
Boy, I think that's just rent. I don't think that studies, to my knowledge, I think that study's speaking to rent. I'm not aware of a similar study on for sale.
Okay, thank you.
And Member Anderson.
Yeah, I know I've spoken to I want to respond to that a little bit because I've spoken to my opinions on inclusionary zoning a number of times on council, and I wanted to just reiterate some of those concerns here. And I say this from a strong advocate of wanting affordability in our community. And so this is not I'm opposed to affordable housing or anything like that, but it's exactly because I want to see affordable housing that I have serious concerns and reservations about inclusionary zoning, because the only possible effects I see on the market are downsides, so that 1 to 3% increase in cost or more, or potentially developers saying no altogether, or we're going to develop in a different community. I only see supply downsides and cost increases and market distortions. And I think the biggest problem with our housing economy in general is market distortion caused by government regulations. Everything from I think over restrictive building codes in a lot of cases to over restrictive zoning that have seriously constrained supply and have caused housing to go up over the years. And so adding another layer of regulation on top of that, to me, says we're not going to, we're not likely to get the outcome out of that we expect. Maybe we'll get a few affordable units out of it, but at what cost? We don't know. What developer says, no, I'm not going to develop in Inglewood after all, or just constrains the supply in various different ways, and how is that going to hurt our community? Then the final point on this is with inclusionary zoning, it's functionally, when it comes down to it, it's a tax on the developer. And I have real ethical questions about whether we should be putting the burden of our undersupply on the people who are at least doing something to bring more supply into our community. I think this is a community, if we approach this from a community value question, and if we need to subsidize something or invest in something, this is something the community as a whole should feel the burden of. And so I would much prefer some direct subsidy towards affordable housing rather than approaching it from an inclusionary zoning perspective because of the market distortions and because I think it burdens the wrong people. It's a tax burden on the wrong people. It should be something we share equally. So I just wanted to get those concerns out there.
Thank you, Member Anderson. And actually, I guess for staff, you are looking for direction tonight on whether or not we want this as part of or continue this conversation moving forward. Is that correct? So members of council, I'm going to ask you to weigh in if we want to continue this conversation regarding inclusionary zoning. And I will speak first. Member Anderson, you already weighed in, but I'll speak to it. I do want us to continue to have this conversation. I understand where Member Anderson is coming from. I agree that, cities have been part of the issue in terms of just having over-regulation, and their zoning code has made it very detrimental for supply to come online. But I'm also wondering how it is that we're going to be coming to 30% AMI, 60% AMI, our teachers, anybody that is working in our restaurants here in town, how are they going to be able to afford rent or housing within the city if we don't ask for this type of next step? So I will be in favor of this to explore this further. So yeah, put me down as a yes. Member Wink.
I'm a yes as well in terms of continuing the conversation on inclusionary housing. I think it's one of the key components of managing the affordability crisis. Thank you.
Member Woodward.
I will be a yes also. Although I have zoning questions I'd really like to explore more.
And I'm sure we will get to that at that point if we want to continue the conversation further.
Thank you.
Member Newnham.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, there's two things I'd like to give direction on. One, around the incentives. I would like, given the scope of the need and our position within the region, to be bold in what we're doing. I would like to see us really think about how can we create generational, kind of transformational change that would really meet the need that we're experiencing, especially for those purchasable units that set people up on the path for wealth creation, for growth, for the American dream. It's so important. As someone who probably occupied a rental unit at an AMI lower than where I should have been because I was saving to be able to purchase in this market, not 10 years ago, 1 year ago, a very different time. It is so profoundly important to me that we create those opportunities and that we do remain a community where we are not a binary of us versus them and people cannot belong here because we're already here, but that we say this is a community of opportunity where more people can exist here without us belonging here any less. And so I'm very interested in the Austin model. What are the things that we can continue to do after looking at just briefly that would be really strong, bold incentives that would be strongly attractive to the market? And I'd like to start there. Regarding inclusionary zoning, I think many of Member Anderson's points are compelling and I agree with some of them. That said, where we are in this moment, I'm not ready to take that tool out of the toolbox just yet. I'd like to consider our other options, consider the regional approach especially. I do think that there's something powerful about a regional landscape or maybe even a regional overlay that would produce more development. I'd like to see what the outcomes of that would be. So I might end up where Member Anderson is. I'm not saying that I won't, but I'm not ready to say no yet.
Member Anderson.
I would like to, it sounds like we have enough to move the inclusionary conversation forward. I would like to add to the, if we can have some, think through some more creative alternatives. I get the appeal of inclusionary zoning because we could go in, next week, we're going to do exactly what Littleton did and pass an ordinance and have this on the books, right away. We don't have to go to the voters to ask them for anything. We don't have to raise a special fund to fund anything. We just say, developers going to be developing here anyway. Let's put it off on them. It seems it's an appealing solution because it's so easy, and yet I have concerns about whether it's going to be effective or have detrimental effects. I would love to think about some more complex, more difficult solutions that I think may work better for our community too, and not just say, okay, inclusionary zoning, we got this tool on the table, so let's use it. Let's think creatively and see if there are other possible options of how we could create a funding stream from the community. Do we want to go to the citizens and say, do you value this enough to approve a tax increase to create a direct funding stream for affordable housing in our community? And if we did that, what's a creative way that we could put that money to use? Do we want to build our own housing, or do we want to direct subsidy to other people who are developing, or do we want to say we will fund renovating a new ADU in your basement if it will be dedicated to 30% AMI for 2 years or something like that? Like, what can we do to really increase the number of units, and not just a wing and a prayer hoping that maybe enough developers will come along and take us up on the inclusionary zoning thing to make it happen. Let's actually, think through the alternatives.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Anyone else want to weigh in? Member Noonan-Camp?
I'll just also add, there are 9 recommendations in this report, and looking at them, number 5 is consider inclusionary zoning. But I would recommend that we move forward with all 9 of these. I think it makes good sense. And on the first one, adopting the local affordable housing goals, I think some, to the ideas that Member Anderson's talking about, those are the conversations that I really think we need to be having, but we need to be having them with some key partners. We need to be having them with our housing authority. We need to be having them with our chamber and talking about workforce housing. And so maybe this is Affordable Housing Task Force, it's a working group, it's something within our community that we help create these goals together and pursue the things that Inglewood's going to need and some of the unique ways that we can meet those challenges. And if we can take enough bold action and meet the needs in other ways that doesn't require inclusionary zoning, I think let's pursue that. But I would support all 9 of these.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. And Mayor Pro Tem.
I have to say the concept of inclusionary zoning raises my small L libertarian hackles quite a bit. That being said, we have considered a number of ideas since I came on to council that might not have made that part of me very happy if they had come to fruition. So I'm supportive of having further discussion on inclusionary zoning, with the caveat that it's probably a pretty big hurdle for me personally to cross. This sort of government mandate concept when we're building housing sort of just generally rubs me the wrong way.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And to Member Noonan-Camp's point, I do agree with all 9. I think we already have some of the relationships in place, or maybe are already working towards some of these. But I definitely want us to at least evaluate these 9 and see which ones we can knock off. So I guess with no one else, Ms. Aggeler, thank you very much for the presentation tonight. Really appreciate it.
Thank you all. Thank you for the excellent questions.
Thank you. Now we're moving on to code next, and we have Mr. Isham up again to lead another lengthy discussion.
All right, good evening again, Mayor and Council. This is part 2 of our discussion tonight regarding housing in our neighborhoods. This is our 4th of 4 Code Next updates. Again, this one focuses primarily on housing in neighborhoods. And we have Matt Ashby with Ayers and Associates here in person, as well as Chris Brewster virtually to go through the presentation, and then we'll all be available for questions afterwards.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for the insightful conversation with respect to the housing assessment. I think a lot of the questions that you asked, we have the opportunity to now start looking at the connection to the implementation and the strategies by which we can start to take action on many of those items related to housing. It isn't everything. As was noted on the 9 recommendations, several of them are wrapped into Code Next. And we have been in conversations with the root policy folks and obviously city staff going back and forth to identify how do we wrap in these options into the code. And so Chris's presentation will provide a number of those key highlights and also present a number of questions for you to be able to start to give direction on where do we start snapping some of those lines of where different housing types may be appropriate, and some of those tough questions that you raised earlier. So I think this is a great continuation of the previous discussion with an opportunity for you to start making some clear directives as far as how this starts to get implemented. So with that, I will turn it over to Chris. And Chris, I've got the clicker, so if you want to give me the verbal next slide, I'm going to sit down and take notes. So.
Okay. Thank you, Matt. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you, Brian. So as Brian mentioned, this is our 4th installment. So the and on housing and neighborhoods. As with all of the elements we've talked about, these are coming from our steering committee and technical committee meetings. And so I'm not getting the screen presentation. If you have it up, Matt, are you on the slide with the, okay, on the schedule? You can go to, you've seen that one. You can go to the next slide. We're moving towards getting the full code in place in draft form by the end of the year. And so these are the installment segments that the committee, both steering and technical committee, discussed. And so we're actually in the third of those fourth. We had reversed the order to coordinate with the discussion you just had. And as Matt mentioned, I think you'll see a lot of coordination here. Next slide. So we're focusing on housing and neighborhoods. So it touches on a lot of the things, many that we've already discussed, but the biggest element is Chapter 5, which you should have received in your packet. But there's also things that we'll refer to here from the parking, landscape, and the subdivision and community design standards, mainly when we're talking about the neighborhood design issues that are also important to the community. Next slide, Matt. So our key changes overall are enabling an expanded building type approach in all of the zoning districts, and I'll cover that in great detail. One of the other things we're doing is we're suggesting that we convert your current lot coverage standard to a more proactive open space standard. We are addressing neighborhood design issues primarily on three main topics: building frontages, how they address the street and streetscape, the face that they put towards the community; building scale and massing, how to deal with a mix of different building types; and then lastly, the open space component on sites and development. And then the fourth major change are the attainable housing guidelines, which are and standards, which are coordinating with the discussion you just had. And so we'll spend a substantial amount of time on that. And then we also do have a sustainable site and building design guidelines, which those correspond with the same types of things we discussed last week with regard to the non-residential development. So I think some of the same comments you all had and suggestions and directions for refining that idea would apply to that section as well. So next slide, Matt. So this is our starting point with every development code with regard to the residential development and neighborhoods. We organize your current standards into a range of building types, and then we look at where the mix is leading us based on your plans. A few important parts about this table are we first assume that there will not be any map changes, or at least initially not any map changes. So some of the discussions you had earlier on where and how, some of those things might involve a rezoning application. And so what we're trying to do is figure out how much of the planning policies and goals can be done within the existing zoning districts by either adding greater distinctions between zoning districts or adding subtle nuances and new opportunities within the zoning districts. And then are we making some of those districts more attractive to rezoning as development occurs or as change occurs in the community over time? So those are a few of the things we have in the air when we're looking at this type of table. The other thing we did, particularly for your community when we're doing this, all of the changes that I'm about to list up here were done under trying to achieve four main goals. The first is improve neighborhood design and community character. I think with some of the pressures you've had in the past, that was one that was particularly evident even going back through your code assessment that you did in 2020. The second would be to diversify housing options simply for reasons beyond affordability. That's adding different opportunities regardless of the price point. That's adding greater density because of your transit investments regardless of the price point. It's adding greater walkability to your community and greater return on the investment from land and infrastructure regardless of the price point. So that diversity, I think, is important, an important part of the discussion. The third thing we're trying to do is we're trying to see if we can do things that are compatible with what's on the ground now that maybe where you're getting things that aren't quite as compatible as they should be. So I'll talk to that in a moment as well. So you can go to the next slide, Matt. So I'll go through some of our key changes here. First big change was greater allowance of small lot detached houses. And that's in the 3,000 to 4,000 square foot range. Your current code allows them now in all of the districts that are shown. However, when we look at it a little bit deeper, most of them are simply grandfathering your existing lots into existence. So it doesn't really give you anything new or additional. So we explored the idea of, well, what if someone were to develop these anew? These are pretty valuable small scale homes. If someone were to develop these anew, would that be a better solution to more housing options in some of the larger buildings you're seeing? And so through the public engagement, in fact, we looked at a number of different scenarios of where those should be enabled. We typically see them on the end of blocks, or we see them alley adjacent, where someone might have carved off a small back of a couple of lots and put a small lot in. Or we see them in other communities in courtyard patterns. You have a few of those similar types of projects, but we think there's a large opportunity to enable those anew. So all of the things that are in that table showing L would be things where right now they're in your current code only if they're existing and you're simply acknowledging that they're non-conforming lots that can continue to exist. What we're suggesting is that in limited applications, in grains of blocks, corner lots, or courtyard patterns, that they can be built new as a new project as well. Next slide, Matt. Second option of adding more housing types and diversity is increasing availability of ADUs. Currently, your R1C is the only district that allows that. And so we are suggesting that all of the R1 zoning districts should allow ADUs. So in adding that to R1A and R1B as an option. And then one of the thoughts that came from our steering committee was that your current situation actually seemed a little bit backwards, that why would we allow them on the districts that allows the smaller lots when it's the larger lots that have more capacity for these. And so the opportunity to do more than one ADU on the larger lots is something that we're proposing. And that could be one of the things that's important to note about that is they would still need to meet all of the development standards. So the capacity of the lot in terms of building scale isn't necessarily changing. We're just suggesting that maybe you could do more with that same capacity, and we'll get to that, what that capacity of building scale is when we get to the design issues. The other thing is it could be attached or detached units as well, and so that is something that we are accounting for in the development standards. Next slide, Matt. Third big change, as I mentioned earlier, converting your lot coverage standard to a more proactive open space. Essentially what we've done is we've flipped the standards. You currently have a lot coverage. So an easy way to think of that is it's counting everything, including side setbacks, towards this requirement. By changing it to a more proactive open space, we're doing two things. We're making sure that we're counting space for its value to either the neighborhood and community, the appearance of it, and also counting it as an amenity to the project itself. And so what that allows us to do is actually scale it more appropriate to the building type. So you'll see the percentage of open space getting smaller and smaller as we get to the more dense and compact building types. And it also lets us count some of the on-building spaces towards that as well, whether it's so it could be a structured space and not just merely open uncovered lot that's contributing to your open space requirements. So things like balconies or constructed courtyards, decks, porches, those types of things all contribute to that requirement for outdoor space that's active, social, and open. Next slide, Matt. This is not quite a major change, but something that's minor that we think is important with mixing different building types. And we think it's also important with some of the end grain patterns that we were looking at is allowing a more context-based exception to the front setbacks in association with the frontage design. So essentially what we're saying is the setback of the building isn't quite the most important thing. It's more that the buildings are aligning within a consistent pattern in the neighborhood or on that block face that's important. So a lot of your current in-grain lots that I mentioned earlier, they may have a pretty tight setback. We've measured some as tight as 10 even. However, we think the 15 to 40 is the appropriate range. And then that can allow a range of different building types have a more consistent frontage. So it's a subtle thing, but we think it's important, as particularly as you go into the higher scale building types where they should be brought closer to the lot frontages in exchange for some of that open space that might be in the backs of lots. Next slide. This is the biggest one, and this gets to some of the things that the root policy analysis pointed to, that those smaller scale building projects that we want to see more of for a variety of reasons. They're the kind of the lifeblood of urban neighborhoods in our mind. The term missing middle housing is what we're talking about here. So new small scale multi-unit building types. It's not that your code currently doesn't allow them. However, all of your zoning districts had a 3,000 square foot lot size per unit requirement that was causing us to suggest, and this is what we went through in the public engagement, some of the row houses you're seeing that are really large buildings might be that large because your lot requirement is that large. And what if we actually reduce the lot requirement, even though it seems counterintuitive? Would we actually be getting more units and smaller scale buildings at the same time? So sort of a win-win for what the community wanted to see in our mind. So a multi-unit house, by that we mean a building that's very much house scaled, but that might have as many as 4 units in it. So that's reflecting the same development standards as one of your detached houses, but it has 3 to 4 units in it instead of just the typical duplex. So that's one of the new ones. A small lot row house, which is bringing your current row house size down from 3,000 square feet per unit down to 1,500 square feet per unit. And then a small apartment building that's not based on a density requirement at all, but that's based on the lot size of the lot itself. So a 3 to 12 unit building that's on a smaller lot and has a maximum lot size rather than a minimum is one of the key pieces. And you can see those types graduating as you move up the zoning districts. Next slide. I mentioned the courtyard pattern. This is one of the things we did look at we had a lot of modeling of these through the public engagement. Essentially what this would be is arranging several lots or buildings around a common court, and what it would take consolidating anywhere from 2 to 3 lots. And we've found ways that we can get 2 to 3 times as many units on it. And so it would be all of the small scale detached houses and multi-unit buildings. So you could even see row houses or small apartments arranged around this courtyard. But there's a way to increase your density while still doing very small scale projects. Is particularly with a lot of alley loaded lots. One of the bigger challenges with this pattern is how do you deal with access and parking? And so with alley loaded blocks, that's a really big advantage to this pattern. And so we think it's one that should be in your toolbox for sure. And next slide, Matt. The last change is actually associated with the steering committee didn't even see this one. This one evolved out of our discussions with the affordable housing bonuses, but it's the idea of bringing the MUR3B height limit down from 60 to 40. From our assessment, no one had built to that 60-foot limit yet anyway. All of your other zoning districts had a 40-foot height limit, which is essentially a 3-story or a generous 3-story building. And so our thought is to bring that down more consistent with the MUR3C district, and then it would be only in exchange for some of the affordability bonuses that you would get up that additional height. And so we can talk about that change more when we get to the slide on attainability. Next slide, Matt. So shifting to neighborhood character and the design standards, I think you've heard from us in past presentations. The first thing we try to do, and we did this with the steering committee and with the public, is a lot of what people value and reflecting community character, neighborhood character is in the public realm. It's the streetscapes, how buildings address those streetscapes and other civic spaces. That's the large part of it. And so we've done a lot of that in some of the previous chapters we've discussed. So as you see new development, we want to certainly be paying attention to those things that either are in the public right of way themselves, or that developers build along the public right of way that can go a long way to making a variety of projects fit into your community. Next slide, Matt. So then when we get to the private side, what we're really regulating are trying to keep things really simple and focus on the things that matter most. So when we're mixing housing types, which types mix best and which types have a similar scale and massing, so we have effective transitions when we are changing to a different scale. Dealing with the frontages of how they relate to that space, that public space that I mentioned on the previous slide is hugely important as well. Next slide. So when we looked at your current code, you were regulating all of those things already. You just weren't doing it in a consistent manner and among different districts. We would see bits and pieces of a lot of the standards you see on the left, but they wouldn't apply in each zoning district, or they might apply in separate sections. A good example of that are the driveway and access standards that we're trying to package into frontage types on the right side of the screen. So really regulating three main things: frontage types and design, building design, and then the open space on the lots, and coordinating those more so that they're really looked at in association with the range of building types and lot types that we're recommending. Next slide. So for the frontage design, one of the biggest changes we are recommending is your current driveway and garage standards, in our opinion, are a bit more relaxed than they should be, particularly with alley loaded blocks. And so our recommendation that is, if you are alley loaded, that you should get all of your access off the alley. And this is really becomes important the more narrow lots we are enabling. So when I mentioned earlier that we're recommending small lot row homes as low as 1,500 square feet or 15 feet wide, or the smaller lots that we're enabling, the 3,000 square foot detached house lots that are 30 to 35 feet wide, it's really important that they don't have repetitive driveways and curb cuts up and down the block. You lose efficiencies in on-street parking, you lose curb appeal, you interrupt the sidewalk with curb cuts, all of those things that we don't want to see happening in a community that already has alleys. It makes sense to up those standards. We're also recommending upping them on the blocks that don't have alleys, because we do believe there's ways to share or have common access absent alleys. We've seen a lot of infill projects that simply take 3 or 4 lots and run a lane back behind them and use a shared easement to do that. And those are good strategies as well. Again, in exchange for building the narrower and denser lots, we think those strategies are important. Next slide, Matt. I'll spend a little bit more on this one because it is a very significant issue in the community. In fact, we've changed slightly since the steering committee discussions, and that's dealing with the massing and bulk plane. So our recommendation is that for the 1 to 4 unit buildings, the ones that are currently subject to your current bulk plane, that we don't change a whole lot. From staff's standpoint, it's working well, and the community is used to it and has some expectations for it. We were suggesting looking at the bulk plane a little bit differently so that we could get more options and alternatives for massing in exchange for that. So one of the tweaks we're suggesting is you currently have an exception that allows you to go into penetrate the bulk plane for things like dormers and eaves. So what we're recommending, and that exception is just granted, so there's nothing in exchange for that. What we're recommending is that we enhance that exception and let you do certain things that might penetrate the bulk plane, but in exchange for that, we're trying to gain more space towards the back of the lot. So you would have an additional setback or open space requirement based on how much is extending into the bulk plane on those 1 to 4 units. And what we would expect to see from that is a little more variation in the massing. So you wouldn't always have to see a side gable or that tent effect. You could start to see some different building massing where they might utilize a little bit more of the front of the lot for height and an additional half story or something to that effect in exchange for leaving the back portion more open. But it's a subtle change to what you're doing now. And the key is that the exception to penetrate the bulk plane would have to be in exchange for conceding something else where there might be developable area on the back part of the lot. The bigger change that we're recommending is
Excuse me, could I ask a question on this? I'm not quite understanding what the exception is in terms of the bulk plane, and I'd like to get a little clarity on that before we move
Yes. Yeah, there's a current exception in the bulk plane that allows, it's essentially for things like eaves or things that might penetrate from a roof structure or a dormer, actually. So you have a statement in your current bulk plane that says as long as it's less than 15 feet wide, it can go to the height of the roof. So the graphic that's on the screen, those gold faces could actually extend into the bulk plane right now as long as they're less than 15 feet wide. What we're saying is maybe some, and that essentially by our math equates to anywhere from about 85 to as much as 200 square feet of wall plane. So that gold, darker gold area on those graphics could be anywhere from that scale of size when they're 15 feet wide. So it could be things like a side dormer, a side gable, or something like that that would, but it's starting to become more limited because it can only be 15 feet wide. So what we're suggesting is, one, if you are going to extend into the bulk plane, it needs to be done in exchange for some additional concession. So a larger setback, something that brings the rear of the lot to be more open than it could otherwise be. The second thing we're suggesting is that there's some configurations where actually going larger than that might be acceptable, and then essentially the larger you go, the more concession you should have on the back of the lot. So it's a way at getting to some of the flexibility that we're first exploring, but keeping your current system in place. Did that clarify your question?
Yes, that clarifies it. Thank you, Mr. Brewster.
Okay. So the second change we're recommending with regard to scale and massing is right now, anything that's 5 units or more doesn't have to follow the bulk plane at all. So if you're in some of those districts, particularly the MU-R3s, and to some extent the R2B, if you have a unit that's, if you're able to do a building type that's 4 units or more, you don't have a bulk plane standard at all. And so we're suggesting that there should be some type of massing standard for that as well, particularly when we're going to be encouraging more of these building types. So for the 5+ units, we're recommending a step back. This graphic isn't depicting the standard that we currently have in the draft because it was an earlier model that we were working with. But what we are suggesting is that anything over a 24-foot height limit on that side wall should be stepped back a certain distance. And this is building off of a standard that you currently have in your M districts, where anything over, I believe it's over 60 feet, needs to be stepped back if you're going up to the 100-foot limit that your M districts allow right now. So bringing that down to a neighborhood scale where it's triggering at 24 feet and anything over that needs to be stepped back from the side is something we think should be explored, and expanding that idea of having some massing standards with the larger buildings as well as the smaller scale buildings. Next slide, Matt. So now to the attainable housing guidelines. I think you saw a lot of this from the previous presentation, but in working with Root, we're recommending these 4 tiers, and it's really the first 3 are the ones that they're instructing us, are the ones that the average developer might be enticed with. The tier 4 is really someone that's as Root has explained to us, is more mission-driven, a mission-driven developer that's going to be doing some of those things anyway, and so they would be coming to you for different types of incentives already. So if we focus on the first 3 tiers, those are essentially where our questions lie for you all. The first one being in your R1 districts, is there something in addition to enabling smaller lots and enabling ADUs more universally that you want to be doing? So could we convert any house that's going to be giving at least 1 unit that's affordable to a 2 to 4 unit building? So that multi-unit house that we talked about that's on the 7,200 square foot lot size, that's the one that the Root study refers to when it says up to a 4-plex as long as one of them is affordable. And then the parking reduction is shown there that they recommended. Moving into the non-R1 districts, the R2 and MUR3s, it's simply an additional story and a parking reduction based on which tiers of affordability you're meeting, percentages based on that AMI rank. These are things that we would hope to tailor more directly and more specifically to their first recommendation, set goals. So these can be tailored to wherever you end up on goals for certain price points based on that analysis as well. But as Root mentioned, the feasibility of these are at least working. Specifically to the parking requirements, I know there were some questions on, well, wait, we've seen a lot of different parking standards. We did kind of go back and forth with them on some of these with a couple of different scenarios. Where we have ended up is we're talking about the parking rate mainly for multi-unit buildings. And so the typical rate, the citywide rate, we've done a subtle change. You currently have 1.5 parking spaces per unit if you're anything at 2 units or less. And then if you're a 2 bedrooms or less. If you're 3 bedrooms or more, you have 2. So the first thing we did on the parking table that we talked about 2 weeks ago was we added some more nuance to that by saying, let's do it a more filtered rate by bedroom. So the 1 bedroom and the efficiency went down to 1 space per unit. So there's a slight adjustment that we just did citywide. The second thing we did in that chapter 6 discussion from 2 weeks ago is we have a transit area rate that brings you down to about 75% of that requirement. And so the 2 new ones that you're seeing on this slide would be for tier 2, it's bringing you down to about 60% of that base requirement, and tier 3 would bring you down to about 50% of that base requirement. And that was part of the reason from our previous discussion, we didn't have the whole picture in place. The logic behind it was some of that feedback we were getting from them on this type of incentive. And again, I agree 100% with the idea that this is something that you would hope to revisit periodically as parking needs are changing over time. So we have a couple of just fundamental topics that we want direction from you all on R1, and you can see some of the options on the screen. I think those are probably more for discussion purposes. So that kind of closes out our overview of chapter 5. There's a few things I didn't cover in detail, but I can certainly get to them in questions if you have any.
Thank you, Mr. Brewster, for the presentation. I think we're just going to start off with overall questions on everything you presented today. Anyone want to lead us off? Member Anderson?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, Mr. Brewster. Really appreciate this. I really like the most of the framework here that's in place. I did watch the steering committee meeting where you presented the idea of the alternative to the bullet plan with different, square foot allowances at different setback distances. It took me actually a couple times watching that to get my mind around it, but I kind of liked it and was a little disappointed to see that it was taken out here. And I don't know can you explain some of the reasons behind that? And do you think what are we giving up by not changing kind of our model or approach, and what are we gaining?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I think one of the reasons we explored that topic was we observed that there's, particularly in these larger buildings, as they're starting to press the building envelope, you're starting to see a pretty familiar pattern that they're just maxing out the bulk plane. And so one of the thoughts were, and it was difficult to get to even the maximum building height in some cases allowed in the district. And so when we understood from the community discussions that, well, the interest is really, protecting light and air. And if some of these buildings are building deep into the setback, wouldn't we be doing better protecting light and air by going up in a building to building relationship and keeping it open in a yard to yard relationship? And so that's a tricky thing to thread. And so that was what our first approach in the steering committee meeting was trying to do. I think after further discussion, there was a sense that maybe it was too complex. And I think from your initial struggling with it, maybe that's a symptom of that. We liked it because it was a fairly simple standard. It was giving everyone a budget, if you will, of what your wall plane could be along your side setback. And you could either use it for a short distance up to your max building height or a longer distance along the side setback. So I think there's a little bit of unpredictability with that. that maybe is, of concern. And I think there was definitely a sense of people are familiar with the bulk plane and it seems to be working. Why don't we just look at adding flexibility within the bulk plane? Oh, and by the way, we currently already do add some flexibility. So we just tried to build off of what you were doing there to begin with. I think our bigger discussion came on that the first strategy that you mentioned from watching the steering committee meeting. I think if anything, we might want to revisit that for the larger scale buildings and adding to that rather than the step back. But again, with the step back, we're just trying to keep things really simple at this point and not get too complex in the regulations.
Okay, I have more questions if that's, okay, yeah. Well, for council's sake, if you're interested in that alternative, I would be interested in reconsidering it. I don't know, maybe we'd hear some pushback from the building, from the community development, but I liked the idea. I think what I really liked about it was that it gave a more variety to the potential forms a building could take. Because when I go see some of these newer buildings that are trying to kind of max out the bulk plane, they do kind of have a barn-like feel or extend all the way from the front to the back of the lot at kind of the same heights. And I think we get a lot of the same thing over and over again. But I'll leave it at that for now. The other question I had was on ADUs. You mentioned allowing that your building design standards would allow them to be attached or detached. Was that in here somewhere? I didn't see that, or is that in a different section? And can you elaborate on what will be allowed in that framework?
Yes, it is in a different section. It's in Chapter 4, which is the use specific standards, which is where your current ADU standards are. So there will be a set of criteria that will go with that. It's essentially an accessory use. So it's because it doesn't really make the use table as a use. So it's listed with things that accessory uses have to do. So everyone that has a dwelling unit can do one of these. And there's a list of 8 to 10 criteria. We don't foresee changing your current criteria substantially, except for perhaps the parking in association with the affordability discussion and how it contributes to the bulk plane in regards to where we end up on the bulk plane. Because currently the bulk plane doesn't apply to those building types. And so where we end up on the bulk plane will have to be looked at in regard to that as well. But it is in Chapter 4. It's just a list of 10 criteria that go along with an ADU. And that's where a lot of communities, I think in previous discussions, people have mentioned the poison pills of ADUs. We're trying to eliminate those as much as possible. I think the only one that you have that we might question in Chapter 4 would be the requirement for registering it, I believe. But we've got a draft of Chapter 4 in staff's hands, and so it should be following shortly. But it's not substantial substantive changes to what you're currently doing.
Okay, but something I think we've discussed on council is allowing those to be kind of internal ADU conversions, that kind of thing. Is that an allowance within that?
It is, yes, correct.
Okay, but we'll see that in another discussion in the future.
Yes, we just delivered that draft to staff last week, so I think it'll be trickling up the pipeline here.
Okay, very good. Then my last question was on the front setbacks and on the in-grain lots. You had something, you didn't talk about this, but in the draft of the code, there was a section where you had, oh yeah, here it is, 3 under C3, what is it, 16, 5, C3 corner lot configurations. And you have 3 different possible ways of configuring a corner lot in terms of the orientation of the setbacks. Mm-hmm. And this seemed to me to be potentially a little too restrictive, because in all 3, like if we're allowing duplexes on some of these corner lots, for example, in the limited use section on your first chart there, if like the corner orientation where both the building orients to both streets, so maybe that would be a duplex kind of scenario. the front setback and frontage design would apply to both streets. So would you have a 25-foot setback, and then how much of your lot are you in kind of invalidating with that kind of approach? Can you explain that to me?
Yeah, yes. So what we had hoped to do with the three options was to really enable one particular situation, and that is where the end grain blocks shift to as you round the corner. And so what we wanted to do was to give the corner lot the option of having, in our opinion, the best scenario is to have them have a double frontage, even when it's not a 2-unit building. So when it's a 1-unit building, they essentially have 2 front yards, 2 side yards, and no rear yard. And what they do is and we'll have graphics to support this and show it, but you essentially match the orientation to the house next to you in all cases. So if there's an end grain block that's behind you that you're adjacent to their side yard, instead of having that be your backyard as it would be in a standard corner, that's your side yard, and you only have to be 5 feet from there. As you round the corner, you would only have to be 5 feet from the other house on your other side, and then your 2 fronts could be there. And so with the flexibility with the front yard setback, we felt that was a good scenario. In all cases, they have the option of doing a standard corner where they would have a backyard to that,
Right.
backing up to that end grain block.
Yeah, the impact I saw here potentially was on those, yeah, let me go back to the chart of, wow, okay, there it is. You have limited use in different zone districts of, for example, R2A, multi-unit house on, we have an L there. So there would be a multi-unit house, and that means if it's got an L, it's potentially on a corner lot, right? And so then you have a multi-unit house, but if you're gonna have, two facing 2 sides, facing the end grain and of the block and the face of the block, then you're really restricting the lot size, which doesn't make sense if your unit allowance is going up, So I'm afraid that's, if you have a 6,000 foot lot on a corner that has this allowance for this use, but then you have a 25-foot setback on both sides, you're cutting out a whole bunch of the lot that could potentially be used there. So that was the only concern I had with that one. We can address that another time. I think that's all my questions.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Noonkamp.
I wanted to follow up on Member Anderson's point, because that was a question I had as well. Looking at the attainable housing guidelines, I see, especially in the R1 districts, that if the lot size is just over 7,000 square feet, and you could have the 2 to 4 units, provided all other dimension design standards are met. And I see that in the bonuses here, we have height and we have parking, but not setbacks and lot coverage. And so have we looked at that? And I'm curious, with this restriction, the way it's worded now, how many lots would actually fit this criteria within the R1 districts that could be developed up to 4 units without exceeding the setbacks?
Yeah, I don't have a number for how many lots. I can give you the rationale for that provision you mentioned. Essentially, what we were trying to do is to ensure that those, in a lot of communities that you see sort of abandoning single family zoning altogether, they're talking about the idea that if your building scale is set and it's a compatible building scale, who cares whether it's 1, 2, or 4 units? And we would subscribe to that to some extent if we're managing other potential impacts. And we would certainly subscribe to it if, based on roots analysis, you're doing it to achieve a specific targeted attainable housing goal. And so that's the attractiveness of that option in R1. So what we are trying to do with that standard is to say, if it's a 4-unit building type, we don't want it to all of a sudden be something that is not compatible with the neighborhood. So we think it's important to ensure that it's a house scale building when it does, if it were to convert to that, and if you were to enable it in all of the R1 districts. The reason when you move up to the other tiers, there isn't necessarily a setback bonus is one, I think Roots analysis was saying that the height and parking are going to be the bigger attractive pieces to it from a feasibility standpoint. Two, we think the setbacks are appropriate for a whole range of building types, and we do have other mechanisms for flexibility in the standards as well. So we didn't want to, weaken things that we thought were pretty strong community-wide standards to begin with.
That's helpful, and I like the concept of including more housing without fundamentally changing the character of the community. I'm just curious if, similar, I think, to how we formulated an ADU policy, something that we thought would create more units that ultimately didn't because of how the policy was written. So I would like to see us push a little harder in that next conversation, but here as well, I just would like to get a better sense, if we can, about how many units do we think this really could open up within the community if we were to go this direction, and would it even be feasible, or would it be attractive to add a tier? What if it was 50% of the units were below 100% AMI, and you could use up a little bit more of the lot? Is that attractive? I'm just curious, is this planted on the edges, or is it something that could actually create significant unit increase? And then my other question is on the driveway design piece. You mentioned that change moving more to the alley access. Does that apply fundamentally to only new development, or how would, if a current resident wants to, we see a lot in Inglewood, people turning their garages or their carports into additions into their home, how would that affect their ability to do that?
Yeah, it wouldn't necessarily prevent them from doing that. So if this were adopted and we're in place right now, the first question would be what type of activity triggers the new standard. So we would look to that first. If it was someone converting an existing garage space to livable space, there's nothing in what we're proposing that would prevent that. And in fact, that would probably be going more towards compliance with the code if it were a front-loaded garage, because we're trying to be more restrictive on car space along the frontages. They would still need to have their parking requirements somewhere on the lot, but that could be made up in other ways, particularly if it's an alley-loaded block. If it's not an alley-loaded, we've run through a number of scenarios that we still think, particularly the wider lots, if you're an existing narrow lot that doesn't have an alley access, those are the ones that would be most impacted and constrained, because they can't necessarily go into a sharing agreement with a neighbor, or they can't do a common lane among 3 or 4 lots because they're the only one there. So those would be the ones that would be most constrained by this situation. But it would again be, it would only apply to things that are putting in new parking or new garages, of where the new standard would kick in. If you're going the opposite direction, it wouldn't constrain you necessarily, as long as you were making up your parking in some other way.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Member Anderson.
I'm actually,
sorry.
Sorry, I never turned it off. I don't have questions. I do have some more items when we're going to more
Sure.
direction.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Can you review the purpose of prohibiting driveways? I don't get that. I've driven alleys in Inglewood, and it is not a pleasant experience.
Yes. So it stems from our observation that one of the main kind of drivers of community character, especially when you're mixing types or getting more narrower lots, is how the building relates to the frontage. And so the more smaller lots you have, the more driveways and curb cuts you have along a street, the less attractive the streetscape will be. We also recognize diminishing returns, that every driveway takes away a potential on-street parking space. It takes away a potential space for street trees. It interrupts the sidewalk. So there's a compounding effect of the narrower your lots are, the more driveways begin to compete against some of the things that we're trying to achieve with the streetscape and neighborhood design.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Brewster, I guess I have a few questions. I guess I'll just start just with overall. These are, I guess, pretty major changes in terms of what we're potentially looking to do with this section of the code. Are there any other cities that are doing something similar in terms of just expanding the type of houses that could be built within the city, or already have something like this in place? Just trying to see if we're an outlier, or if more cities are looking to adopt similar policy.
Yeah, I don't think you're an outlier at all. I think it's a trend of a lot of communities are going more towards building type related standards, mainly trying to hit that the spot of the smaller scale multi-unit building types. So, we've looked at Denver's code a lot, that all of these types and even plenty more are accounted for in their development code. So I don't think there's anything that unusual or that's not been a trend among a lot of cities over the last 10 to 15 years in development codes that's in here with regard to the building types.
And Mr. Brewster, all of these homes that we're now specifying here, whether it's the courtyard structure, obviously ADUs we already have in the city of Inglewood. I think row houses, I don't think that we have in Inglewood today, although triplexes to me are pretty similar to row homes. But other than that, everything exists currently within the city.
Yes, and and I think our row house is simply saying I would also consider your 3 and 4plex buildings. A lot of them are that row house configuration. They're just larger, and so that's one of the things we're suggesting is could that building scale fit in better if it were smaller? And even on a lot of the ones we modeled, we could take either one of those buildings and get, instead of getting 3 or 4 units, get 6 units in a smaller scale building. Or take them and break them into 2 groups of 3 to 4 row houses on 2 different lots from the ones that we modeled in your community. So
Right. So the reason why you're not allowing row homes to exist within R1s is because they're larger scale, correct?
correct.
Okay. So in terms of just visualization for me, if I was walking down an R1 neighborhood, the potential changes we could be seeing is multiple ADUs, multiple detached homes, whether that's a courtyard structure. That would be the major change for an R1, R1A, R1B area, correct?
Yes, and the bigger one I think would be the smaller lots, but we've enabled those only in limited circumstances. So we are trying to focus those to the corners or the end grain lots, or if someone were able to configure a courtyard pattern through multiple lots.
Okay. Probably have more questions, but does anyone, Joe, I gotta find where my questions are at. I think I have them on my phone, but go ahead, Member Anderson, if you're ready.
I have ideas if you're ready for those.
I want to see if
Councilmember Russell has a.
Go ahead, Member Russell, sorry.
Thank you. I just have a question really about, so if we're increasing ADUs and things like that, especially in R1As, does that mean the single-family neighborhoods are going to go away?
No, I think in our mind, we drew a pretty hard line between the R1 and R2 zoning district. Those are single-family neighborhoods. And if the only addition of units would be either through smaller single-family lots or through an accessory unit, which is truly accessory to that lot. There's requirements that make sure it's not overly visible, that it's truly subordinate to the main unit. It's an option that you could add to add sort of gentle density to the lot, and it wouldn't be. Well, I think in your experience in the R1C district, it hasn't been widely used, and there's a lot of reasons for that are non-regulatory, I think. So I wouldn't expect widespread change because of it, but I think it is a good option to have that keeps the single family character of the neighborhoods.
I appreciate that because I think there probably would be major pushback if we did away with the single-family neighborhoods altogether. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Anderson?
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to speak to ADUs a little bit because I think there's a tremendous opportunity here. New York Times had an article just maybe last month about how one of the big drivers to housing is that, two sides of it. One is that land cost has gone up, and so it costs it costs that much more just for the underlying land. So that cuts into affordability, and then housing size has decreased over the years, and so you have a lot of household size has decreased over the years. So you have a lot of housing that was built for kind of a different time when families were larger and that kind of thing. And ADUs, I think, addresses some of those concerns because it allows a lot of people have portions of their house, basements or parts of their house that aren't currently being used that they could potentially convert into useful housing that's already existing housing that could become kind of natural market based affordable housing. So I think ADUs address that, and I'd like to see if there's interest on council in kind of broadening up the allowances here. And I like so the first one was on the ADUs allowing 2 units on large lots and medium lots. I think that's something we should consider expanding to 6,000 square foot lots as well, standard lots. Well, that opens up a lot more opportunity. The houses on many of those 6,000 square foot lots are already large, and I think could easily support multiple ADU kind of setup. Again, I don't think this is going to happen everywhere. It takes a special person that wants to put 2 ADUs, but to add that additional allowance would give us just that many more options for opening up property for potential affordable housing.
So just as a clarification, Member Anderson, you're looking to expand it just to the detached house standard lot, the 6K?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's multiple, just 2?
2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any feedback from council? Member Noonan?
I'm just, Member Anderson, what graph are you looking at, or what table?
1651, the first one.
Got it, thank you.
I guess I'll weigh in. For a 6,000 foot lot, I would agree, upping up to 2 units. So I would be in favor of Member Anderson. Again, when we went through the ADU conversations back in late 2019 and early 2000 when it passed, there was a lot of feedback for the community that by us passing ADUs that we were getting a lot of development of ADUs in the city, which never materialized. How many did we build over that time? Did we build one yet?
2.
2? Yeah. So to me, I agree with you. It's like we're providing another option, but I don't see it actually being taken advantage of in worst case scenario for people that think that way. So that's my thoughts. So, Member Noonan-Camp?
I'll weigh in and just say that I also support that expansion for standard lots. And I think we'll have the conversation when we discuss chapter 4 on ADUs, but also I think we can have a larger conversation on ADUs that might fall outside of the Code Next conversation. But I would like to see a partnership with our housing authority that vouchers can go towards ADUs, and maybe there's an incentive for homeowners to build ADUs if they will have a voucher rental. I would like to see ADUs used for short-term rentals as well as an incentive to, again, build them. I think there's a lot more we can do. And so I'm stating that to see if there's council support and to pin it that if it's outside of Code Next, we have those additional conversations.
You're making me create another chart here, but yes, I'll go ahead and add that on. Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Member Woodward and then Member Russell.
Yeah, I guess I would like to see how 2 ADUs on a 50-foot lot with a garage on it that's alley loaded, I mean, what that looks like. I'm thinking of my own backyard, which 50-foot lot, standard lot, 2-car garage on it. If there's only a 1-car garage on it, I just don't see where the ADUs are going.
I would think that since we're allowing for internal ADU, ADUs that are internal to a house, so you could, somebody who's elderly, who raised a whole family, wants to stay in their house, now they could rent out the basement and then also build a detached ADU and have two units on their property and rent it out to some, a young couple that's just married or something. You see this stuff happens all the time already in Inglewood. People are already doing this. This is just, we are saying this is now legal, and you can have a separate address for these ADUs. So I think that's the way it would be configured most of the time, is not 2 detached units. I think it would be really difficult to build 2 detached ADUs on one lot. But one internal to the house or attached, and a separate detached unit, I think is where you'd see those.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that answer.
Member Russell.
Thank you, Mayor. And so I have a question. I mean, currently there are requirements if you want to build an ADU in your yard. And first of all, the main house has to be brought up to code. Is that still in place, and will that still be in place once Code Next is passed?
Yes, so I pulled up the draft of the section in chapter 4 that we sent to staff last week, and there's just some subtle changes that we're recommending to your current standards, but that is one of the things that's in there that we think should remain, that all the buildings, including the detached accessory structures, will meet the both the development and design standards and be brought up to code.
So I would like to suggest to council that the reason there have not been more ADUs built is people have realized it's going to cost them $100,000 to bring their main residence up to code, and therefore they're not building. I know a few people that has happened to. And so I have some issues with that. I guess one question that I have, one of the houses that I grew up in had a basement apartment, and a lot of houses on the block that we lived in at that time had basement apartments, but not all of them were legal. They were probably, the house we lived in was built in the 1900s. And so are there, I mean, I suppose some of those are considered non-conforming. Is it possible that people could apply for a permit to rent those apartments? Because like I said, I think there's a lot of houses out there that already have basement apartments in them.
I'm trying to understand is that a question for me?
Yes, well, and I guess why I'm asking this is Councilmember Anderson suggested that having like one inside in the basement, and the way we're rewriting Code Next, is that going to be feasible to do it in a single family residence? I mean, unless there's already a basement apartment there.
Yeah, I think I would probably defer that question to your code official. I think in the zoning ordinance, it certainly would be. We're familiar with a lot of scenarios that have done this, and I'm not aware of, unless there's something really unique or unusual about some of the building stock in your community. There's issues with egress. I know if it's basement habitable space, but those usually aren't insurmountable. And so that's one of the reasons we believe that the entire property should be brought up to code. If that's a current impediment, we weren't aware of that right now.
Okay, thank you very much.
Member Anderson?
Yeah, if we are, I have some additional ideas if we're done with 2 units.
Actually, before we move on, I have 3 yeses in terms of just exploring 2 ADUs on a small lot of 6K. Is there anyone else? Member Wink?
I support that as well, Mayor.
Thank you, Member Wink. So that gives us a majority there. Go ahead, Member Anderson.
The other change I'd like on table 16.5.2 residential accessory structures. Well, I guess first of all, this is a question: is this any accessory structure, or is this referring specifically to ADUs?
It is any structure. One of the things, there's a subtle change we're recommending. Your current accessory building table has a lot of different standards that are different if it's a garage versus an accessory unit. And we looked at it and said, what if everyone just had the same accessory building capacity based on their lot and it was scaled appropriately, and whether it was a garage, an accessory unit, didn't matter. And so that's how we approached it.
Okay. Well, on the one that jumped out to me here, that was the 15% of the lot up to 1,000 square foot max on the accessory structures. I would like to see that increased, at least the square foot max for larger lots to like 1,500 square foot. So we're making more, potentially making more use of that space, or again, allowing an additional ability for people to have that additional option for larger accessory dwelling units. And so I think that's my second suggestion, is a 1,500 square foot max and maybe a 20% of the lot. I guess the 20% actually doesn't make as much sense, because I think you would get too big of buildings on smaller lots, but I'd like to see that 1,500 square foot max. Is there interest in that?
Thank you, Member Anderson. I'm trying to think through that comment. So, Member Nunekamp.
I support this recommendation. I think, as a city that is built out, and we need to think about how we make the best use of the land that we do have, keeping it at 15%, but upping it to 1,500 so that we can utilize larger lots makes sense to me.
Thank you, Member Nunekamp. Anyone else want to weigh in? Member Nunekamp, go ahead.
Sorry, I just have one thought, and, Member Anderson, let me know what you think of this, but what are your thoughts on limiting this instead of for any accessory structures, if we limit it specifically to housing?
Yeah, actually, yes, that would be, yeah,
'Cause
totally. That's what I'm aiming for, and so that would make the table more complex. But again, I don't know if I have a problem with if you have I know some 20,000 square foot lots, if they're limited to 1,000 square foot, it just seems, if they want to build a garage that's 1,500 square foot, I don't know if I have a problem with that. But the main thing is for the ADUs, the accessory dwelling units, allowing more housing.
As we continue the conversations around incentives, I would just like to, as we make allowances for things that might be pushing the limit a little bit, I would like to limit those to where we're creating housing
Yeah,
for people.
sure.
Thank you, Member Nunekamp and Member Anderson. I was just thinking of, so this would be across all residential zone districts, so there is no limitation here. Because I'm looking at the chart, so we're on page 15 of the packet, where I'm seeing the chart. So basically, we're just allowing a 1,500 square foot ADU or unit within that space.
And this would be, again, 15% of a 7,000 or 7.2 thousand square foot lot is right at 1,000. So it's not until, this doesn't make a difference until you get into,
Really
to
large
large
lots.
lot
Yeah,
sizes,
okay.
above medium lot sizes. So
Thank you for that clarification, Member Anderson. So yeah, so based off of that, yes, I would be in favor of that. Member Woodward?
Going back to that 50-foot lot, are you proposing 1,500 feet?
No, it would be 900 feet because of that 15% would limit it.
Okay, that helps me a lot. Thank you. I would be supportive if we're maintaining open space on those lot
Yeah.
sizes, those smaller lot sizes, the standard lots. Thank you.
Thank you. So that does get us to for the 1,500 square foot change on 16.52 table. Member Anderson, you still have your light on, so.
I have one more here at least. On the duplex on standard lots, here we have, if you look at multi-unit house on a medium lot, there's an L in R2A. So that would be allowing like triplexes, 3 to 4 units in R2A. So there's a place where we're taking the R2 zone and saying on corner lots, we're allowing it to go up to 3 or 4 units. Because if you look at the L, that brings it down to a different section where basically the L applies to corner lots and some other limited exceptions. I would like to take duplex and allow, put an L under R1A, R1B, and R1C to allow those duplexes on corner lots in R1 zones.
Okay. Thank you, Member Anderson. So duplexes allowed within R1, R1A, B, and C.
And if that's too bold, at least R1C, I don't know. I'm just looking at, here's an opportunity where you have frontage on two sides and often large lot sizes on corner lots. Here's an opportunity for additional housing throughout the city, and that doesn't compress all of the multi-unit housing into onto one block. And this is where I think we really get the objections from people, is that when you take all this housing and put them next to each other, then suddenly a block totally transforms. If you allow it on corner lots spread throughout the city, you get that increased housing opportunity all over the place. You get it with plenty of frontage, because if it's a 75-foot lot plus 125 foot, on the other side, you got more frontage for a lot like that than a single family home, than more than double of a typical single family home in these lots. And there's an allowance or an opportunity, I think, for housing that we shouldn't pass up.
So then, Member Anderson, I'll just ask a question, because it kind of goes, would you have it in attainable housing requirement if we were to allow that within any of those districts?
I would say this one would not be an attainable housing requirement. That's where you would get the 3 to 4 unit option. I think this is basically saying this opens up market for supply. That opens up opportunities for developers to get that bonus for the less than 100% AMI.
And a clarification, you were just saying corner lots as well, correct?
Corner lot. Well, that's what the L means, basically.
Right. Okay. Member Noonekamp?
That was my question as well, is how does that coincide with the attainable housing guidelines? And we didn't really give direction on that discussion topic. But I would like to see us move that direction, the 2 to 4 unit conversion option in all R1 districts. My question is, and to my question earlier, I don't know how many lots that actually will apply to in R1 that would have the ability to expand within the current setback to up to 4. And so I'm hesitant to move all corner lots to the non-affordable option if that doesn't leave a sufficient number of lots that would be available to the affordable option. And so I'm open to what you're saying, but I might need to see some math first, and we might need to revisit this with staff, because I would hate to undercut, especially if there is resistance to inclusionary zoning, I'd hate to undercut the incentive ability that we have by removing it on corner lots. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you, Member Noonekamp. Member Anderson, did you want to weigh in?
Well, I would just say that says 7.2 that K lots, which I know in R1A is many of them, not as many in R1C. So I don't know. I would be interested in seeing some math on that one as well.
Okay. I'm willing to say yes, just to move along the conversation, but not a hard yes in terms of where I'm going to stand once we vote on this. But I just want to, see additional math on what the impacts would be to the attainable housing guidelines once we get to that conversation here in a second. But any other comments? Member Woodward?
I can be agreeable to exactly what you just said. I'm not committing to going that way, but.
Sounds like we have a hard maybe here.
It's a real hard maybe. I just can't see this print anymore. I need more powerful reader glasses, I guess, but I can't see it.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Mayor Pro Tem?
I'd like to revisit Councilwoman Russell's question. Does this proposal effectively eliminate single-family housing zones in Inglewood? Because the way I read it, I think it does. We have areas right now that have certain duplexes or fourplexes that are grandfathered, like the R1C area where I live. But this proposal would allow, based upon the way I read it, expansion of those multifamily housing options in those areas as a use by right. Am I reading this incorrectly?
Yeah, I think what was just suggested would do that on corner lots, but our previous draft didn't have that in there in the table. It only had detached houses in the R1s, with the one exception of the idea of converting a house to a multi-unit building as a part of the attainability and affordability was a question we posed to you all that we wanted policy direction on. So as I understand, the latest exchange was to add another layer to that to say that all corner lots could also be converted to a duplex building.
Okay, the basis of my question was table 16-5-8. So that's a question that you're asking us for a policy stance on, but the way I read this table, if we were to adopt this policy, what would effectively happen would be there would be no place where you could buy a house in Inglewood where you would be guaranteed that the house next door to you would remain a single-family residence.
That would be true if you chose that tier 1 option as a policy direction, correct?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I just have one more comment, if now is an appropriate time. I'm in strong opposition to forcing people into the alleys. So I'll just say that I cannot support the option for prohibiting street side access. I understand the central planning aspect of it and the uniformity aspect of it, but Inglewood is a town that prides itself on its quirk. Some of that uniqueness is maybe you have a driveway here, maybe you don't. I'm not in favor of abandoning that in favor of some sort of central planning idea where all of our streets look uniform.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Can we weigh in on Mayor Pro Tem's comment or statement regarding the alleys? I'm trying to think of where it is within the section, but Member Anderson?
That's table 1653. And I thought a lot about this one because I share Mayor Pro Tem's concerns. I know there were some on the steering committee who had the same concerns. Though I do find the arguments for that you're potentially eliminating street parking compelling. I'm wondering if there's some way to middle off on this and allow larger lots to have some driveway access. I mean, the alleys are, we have alleys, but they're not paved, and I think that is a downside for many people. There's a lot of people who don't want to access their house through the alley just because it gets their car muddy, or if they don't have 4-wheel drive, we don't always plow the alley. We never plow the alleys, do we? We don't plow the alleys, so they can't get out of their driveway. So that does bring up some concerns there as well. I think it's helpful knowing that people can park on the street and existing driveways, right? This would only apply to new construction. Existing driveways would continue to be there and continue to be grandfathered in. Am I correct on that, Mr. Brewster?
Yes, you are correct.
So I don't know, is there some way to structure this such that there's a certain, only a certain percentage of the total frontage on a street can be taken up with driveways or something like, to where we can still have some limits on it, but.
Yes, your current standards do have that. Our opinion was that the percentage was a little bit high, especially for an alley loaded situation. So I believe your current, let me get it up here. The current standard is 40% for, or I'm sorry, 25% if you're on an alley and 45% if you're a non-alley of the width of the lot could be driveway. And so we just suggested bumping each of those down a notch, that if you have an alley, that you probably shouldn't have a driveway access because your access should be to the rear. That's what the alley is for. And then if you were on a non-alley, that you should be in that 20% range. But you can shift it up to, we did the math on what gets you a single access drive on the smallest lot. And so that's it's all geared towards, if we're going to be encouraging 30-foot lots, do we want those to have a private single drive access? Or do we want to encourage those to have a shared access so that you're doing 2 of those lots, or you have some kind of common lane? So that was the kind of math exchange we were doing. But the short answer is yes, you can dial it up to any comfort level based on the extent of the frontage.
Anything else, Member Anderson?
I would just say I would be interested in seeing something that has a slightly higher allowance for alleys, slightly higher than none, but maybe not as highly allowed as our current standards are. And I don't know what that number would be, but I'd be interested in that.
Okay. Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Nunnenkamp?
I support the spirit of where this is coming from. I do think specifically the snow plowing is maybe where I have some pause, and I'm curious from staff who have reviewed this, if we've considered some of those infrastructure impediments and how we would anticipate getting through that. But I do think what strikes me as positive about this is as we're continuing to work towards mobility and being a more walkable city, it just strikes me as quite dangerous when people are backing out of their driveways and people are constantly walking. I always look so many times because there's so many walkers on my street. So I think as we move that direction, this seems forward thinking, and I do like that, but maybe something that's slightly more nuanced that does consider some of those infrastructure challenges that we have.
Thank you, Member Nunekamp. Member Woodward.
Yeah, I just want to state my position on, with what the Mayor Pro Tem was talking about on the whole city. I will not support most of this without it being less than the whole city as far as R1 and R2, our zonings. So I want to see preservation of, the interior parts of our residential zoning as it is. I can see coming off of major streets, bus routes, those types of things, so many blocks or something like that, but the interiors of those, I want to preserve those as single-family residences.
So Member
you.
Woodward, you were not speaking to the alley specifically, you're talking.
No,
to
I'm
more
not
the-
speaking to the alleys, I was speaking to the whole city being subject to this rezoning, or not rezoning, but
Changes.
design.
Okay. Thank you, Member Woodward. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I think Member Woodward and I are on the same page there. I hope that was clear. Regarding alleys, unless the city intends to pave its alleys, it is wrong to force our residents into the alleys. They're not drivable. It's just not, it is, we do a great disservice forcing people into alleys that we don't intend to pave.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm fine looking at kind of a compromise as Member Anderson stated, but when I first read this, I thought of it in terms of how Member Nunekamp stated, in terms of just the walkability, mobility, and having people back out of driveways. So I would be in favor of keeping it the way that we see it within 16.5.3 within our code next, but I'm open to some possible modifications. All right, let's move on to the attainment aspect. On 16.5.8, so we'll just start at the top in terms of, do you want to promote affordability in R1 districts with 2 to 4 unit house conversion options? So this is the aspect of it that Mayor Pro Tem and I guess Member Woodward just stated as well, in terms of just seeing a change to R1s. Obviously, there's 4 different options here, so I'll let people weigh in on their option of what they want to see there. So anyone want to lead off? Member Nunekamp?
I'm happy to lead off here. I'll start by saying I understand where Member Ward is coming from, Mayor Pro Tem Ward and Member Woodward. And I think that if we were just getting rid of all zoning in the city by and large, that would initially, be quite a shock to the community. And so no, we're not advocating for that. I'm not advocating for that at this point. But I do think I would support it in all R1s, because it would only be if they meet these attainable guidelines. It wouldn't be just anyone can do anything that they want. It would be if you meet these guidelines that would promote affordable housing in the community, the guidelines that would ensure that it fits within the scale and the design of the existing community, so that the experience of the neighborhood would remain relatively the same, but it would just provide more units and they would be affordable. That's a net positive for me across the board. And I think when we hear from our constituents who are used to living in these R1 districts, who are saying this is not what we're used to, it's much more easy to explain we're doing this because we're creating affordable housing within the community versus, well, we're just letting it be a free-for-all. I think this is really targeted. It's meeting a critical need in our city. It's backed by data, and I think it's really defensible, and I think it's in alignment with the values of this council, of this being the kind of community that we want to live in as far as opportunity. And so I'd like to see us move that direction.
Thank you, Member Nunekamp. I'll weigh in as well. I will say yes to R1s. The difference with my statement with Nunekamp is, Member Nunekamp, is just I like to start us off with corner lots, and go from there. Just the attainable housing aspect of it is definitely one of the reasons for this, but I do want to just see how this works, and see the impact. Obviously, I also want to just understand the numbers as well. So that would be one of the questions that I have for staff is what would be the potential impact or the numbers, trying to think of how I worded it, but just the numbers that may be impacted by this change, the number of houses that would potentially go in corner lots within R1. So that's one of the questions I do have for staff. Member Anderson.
I'm in support of this as well, and I would like to see 2 units by right on all corner lots allowed without outside of this, as I mentioned before. But that being said, I am happy to see this as well on the bonus being you can have 3 or 4 units on lots over 7.2 thousand feet on corner lots. I'll go with the corner lots as well on this one.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Russell.
I am absolutely opposed to any R1A, and I think you're gonna get the brunt of the city to turn out if you go ahead and move forward with that. I don't see why we couldn't try, if you wanna try it in R1C, fine, to begin with. I mean, I don't know that R1C necessarily has the room, and I'm not exactly sure the size of the lots. The things that we've been talking about, a 1,500 square foot ADU, most lots in Englewood, even in R1A, I know there are some good-sized houses in Englewood, but most of them aren't that big. So I think we would be massively overbuilding in Englewood if we do that. So I am opposed to I'm opposed to all R1 districts. I think if we want to start out, we could start out smaller, but just putting them everywhere. And I mean, we've already been told by root housing policy that we can't fix the problem. So why start out trying to put it in all the city all over the place? So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. And also, just a clarification, so that would be no to the ADUs as well, correct? Within R1s.
I'm not gonna say no to one ADU in an R1, because I do know there were a few people that asked for that. But anyway, I think we need to keep single-family neighborhoods, single-family. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Anyone else want to weigh in, Member Woodward? Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem, and then Member Woodward.
So unless I'm reading the map incorrectly, and the assessor's information, I live in an R1C area on a quarter-acre lot. So my lot is 10,000 square feet, give or take. And both of my neighbors have lots that are similarly sized. So to make this change in R1C would have a pretty sizable effect on my neighborhood, the neighborhood where I live and my neighbors live. I don't think it's correct to assume that if we're only doing it on small lot or R1C small lot zoned areas, it will have less of an effect. I think based on the way Englewood was platted and zoned and the timing, a lot of these lots are not necessarily the size that we would expect them to be in the district.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member
Point
Woodward.
of information.
Point of information, yeah.
I was gonna say, we're talking about corner lot, well, I think at least
Yeah.
Nathaniel and I are talking about corner
Corner
lots,
lots.
not every lot in R1A, R1s.
Correct.
So
Go
can I
ahead,
ask a
Member-
question?
Go ahead,
So
Member Russell.
is R1C is also a single-family neighborhood too, correct?
Single family small lot, yes.
Okay, I appreciate that, sorry.
Regarding ADUs, I'm less bullish on ADUs. I think there is room for flexibility there. If somebody wants to build an ADU on their property and, have a rental unit out back, provided that they are not doing this as an investor, similar to the regulations that we have for, short-term rentals, I'd be willing to have that ADU discussion.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Woodward.
Yeah, in the R1C districts or zoned areas, I think we're not only doing attainable housing guidelines, we're increasing density quite a bit in those areas. I mean, there's more people on those blocks than the larger zone districts. So I'm still very much a strong no on that, on Tier 1.
Thank you. So you're a no on the R1 districts. Member Woodward, thank you. Member Wing, do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I concur with yours and member Noonenkamp's decision. I wanted to say that right away, but I didn't.
Thank you, Member Wink. I think we differ in terms of just corner lots versus all of R1s, but I think what we have here, we have at least a majority to at least explore it
Yes.
for the next phase of this. So I'll move on to, I'm sorry, Member Noonenkamp, go ahead.
Sure, can I just say one thing, and I will take quarter lots if I can get them, so I'm happy to join that. But I am interested, would like to revisit this with some math from staff on what is the key difference we're talking about here? Because while I understand what we're asking for, I understand the challenge, I understand how significant it is. I don't want it to perceive that I do not. I also, when I hear, well, let's wait and see, I don't know if we have that much time to wait. We are already regionally in such a deficit that I am concerned that if we do not start showing some courage on some of this, that we will not get where we need to be. And so I completely hear, I'm happy to start there, but I'd like to revisit, and if there's a significant difference that we can make here, to not let that opportunity slip us by when we look at the data.
Right. Thank you, Member Noonenkamp. I think what I want to see next is not only what this potentially would look like for our wines, but also the aspect that Member Anderson brought up in terms of the duplexes. So I need to understand how they may complement each other, but also how they may how potentially it may impact one or the other. So I need to understand that aspect of it. Something to add, Member Anderson?
Yeah, I was just gonna say I want to understand that as well, and I want to balance. What I'm concerned about is if we just do the Tier 1 on corner lots, is there are a limited number of developers, I think, who are going to constrain themselves to building below a lot of the. I mean, think of it, they're going to build them at such a cost that they're able to rent them out at 100% AMI or sell them at 100% AMI, and housing costs are so high right now that there's, I don't know, I'm just concerned that we're not going to see a lot of them if we don't allow them additionally just to increase supply by allowing them anywhere as well, just duplexes.
Yep. Thank you, Member Anderson. Moving on to the next one, Tier 2. And this is just, do we concur with the development bonus of additional stories and parking reductions in other districts? So this is in regards to R2, MUR3, M, and MUB districts. So we'll start with Tier 2. Any approval or whatever just a negative on that? So anyone want to weigh in there? Member Anderson?
Here's the challenge I have with this, because I like these ideas overall. I'm not convinced that that if what we're doing is saying we're going to keep our standards high throughout the city so that we have some leverage. I don't like that idea, especially if the parking at this higher level is not actually needed, because the outcome of that is going to be anybody who doesn't take us up on these bonuses is going to build potentially more parking than we need in the city. We're going to have an increase of the current problem that we have. And so I would rather get our parking levels right, make sure that they're they're at a place where it's sufficient everywhere, but not too much, you know, and then go down from there, give them a deeper cut. So I am in favor of this, actually all three levels in principle. I'm just not convinced that the numbers on the parking reductions, if in order to get these parking reduction, it requires us to leave them too high everywhere that doesn't end up with this bonus. I'm not convinced that's a good approach.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Anyone else want to weigh in? So Member Anderson, you said you were in favor, but.
In
need more
favor,
data.
but would like to tweak the numbers.
Okay, thank you, Member Anderson. Member Newnenkamp?
I think it would be helpful for this conversation to have an overall parking table so we could see what are the regular standards, what are the incentive standards, so we can see how they compare to each other. But the way I read this was with the assumption, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but that this has been all informed by the route policy report. And so this is what we think is kind of the farthest we can go. And if that is the case, that we, and not even the farthest, maybe that this is the sweet spot, that it's as far as we can go without deterring the development. If that is the correct assumption, then I can support this as is, but I do think that understanding the parking as a whole would be useful. And I hear Member Anderson's concerns about if we push it further, do we end up getting nothing and then we just go back to the regular standards? From what I heard tonight in the presentation, think that this is an attempt based on the feasibility, that we don't think that will happen. Obviously, we can't tell the future, but if that is not correct, I would love to know.
Thank you, Member Newnenkamp. I read it the same way as you did, that, exactly that it's, that it won't deter any additional construction in our city, that this is the carrot that developers need in order to build the attainable housing. So that's the way that I read it, but obviously if staff or Root or anyone else wants to weigh in at our next meeting, when we discuss this at a finer point about how this, what the impacts would be, but did you say you were in favor of all three, or?
Yes, I'm currently in favor of all three.
Just need additional
But
info.
if these need to be even slightly more aggressive to ensure that we don't end up with just more standard development, I'm open to that as well. And maybe the next time we discuss seeing some of the options with the differences would be helpful.
Thank you, Member Newnenkamp. Member Anderson?
I would just say I'm okay with more standard development. What I'm not okay with is more standard development that's overparked. And that's what I'm afraid we're gonna get with this if we leave our parking standards at 1.5, on average 1.5 parking spaces per unit. I'm not sure that that's not too much already. And so if we could lower that to 1 parking space per unit on a 2-bedroom or whatever, and then make these cuts deeper on that to get that same incentive, but ensure that we aren't overparked elsewhere.
Yep. Got it, Member Anderson. Thank you. Anyone else want to weigh in?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem?
My concern again is with the law of unintended consequences here, particularly on parking. I represent a constituency that by and large is opposed to increased density. These areas are areas where the current zoning allows increase in density. So it's very difficult for me to make the case that increasing density is bad in these areas since it's already allowed. However, if we spill their parking into the residential areas where my constituents who are opposed to increasing density are now adversely affected because they can no longer park their car in front of their home where they've always parked it, that's problematic for me, and it's difficult for me to justify. So increasing the size, adding a story, something like that is a lot easier for me to swallow in general than decreasing parking regulations dramatically. And this is one area where, where my friend Councilman Anderson and I have a strong difference of opinion.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Anyone else? Member Russell?
I also think that we need to be careful with parking issues. It's, and not allowing enough, because I actually believe the Mayor Pro Tem is absolutely correct. The project up on Broadway and Kenyon, and some of it isn't because these places do not allow enough spaces for their units. They charge for their spaces And so people park in the neighborhoods, and so we have people park 3 blocks away on Lincoln, Sherman, and Grant, between Kenyon and south of there. So I think that it is one thing, I believe mostly the people in this city are opposed to increased density. But once it begins to affect where they can park in front of their own house, I think that is going to create problems. I agree 100% with Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Woodward, Member Wink, anything further? Member Woodward?
I would like to go ahead and forward and take a look and just really analyze this with a zoning map in front of me, which I guess we all have, so we can all do that on our own. But yeah, move forward, at least talked about it.
Okay. Thank you, Member Woodward. I think that's answered all the questions for tonight. So Mr. Isham or Mr. Brewster, anything that you want to add? I know it's been a long discussion, but.
Not for me, no. I think
Member Russell. Go ahead.
I just have a question that came from a constituent, and she may have called Mr. Brewster or Mr. Ayers about parking for commercial properties for a restaurant. And she said her understanding was in the proposal that there would be one parking space required for every 150 square feet under 2,000 square feet. And if the restaurant covered over 2,000 square feet, there would be one space for every 100 feet. Is that correct?
I can answer that because I've spoken to her as well. That's actually a question that whenever I spoke to that constituent, it wasn't specifically clear the way it's drafted in the code. So we have plans to discuss that as staff and our consultants to go through what's the most appropriate direction to go with that.
Okay, that'll be perfect, just because I think they've been waiting for a while and they're hopeful, but I think they're a little concerned that it still may not be what they need. So I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you very much, Mr. Isham.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Woodward, do you have anything else? All right, well, Member Anderson, go ahead.
Can I ask Member Russell, was this you said like a restaurant owner that wanted to see those numbers decrease? They could build their project out, or what?
They bought a property 2 or 3 years ago and have, what they've wanted to do hasn't panned out because there wasn't enough room and there were a lot of questions. And so they're now waiting on Code Next to see if that will help them do what they would like to do.
Well, and this is one of the big problems I see with some of our parking minimums is that they prohibit good developments from happening when the building's already built and there's just not enough room for parking, and you just can't do that particular use with that building. So I would like to have a further conversation on decreasing those parking requirements in commercial areas for various commercial uses as well.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Russell?
I just want to say, we need to be careful that we allow enough parking spaces if you have a restaurant. And then I guess one other question that I was speaking with this lady about is, it's based on square feet. So if the square feet, the number of parking spaces, but if all the square feet, let's say like there's storage, they're not seating area. So is it based on seating area, or is it based, what is it based on?
So if it's a single use, it's generally based on the leasable area, which would be the whole area of the use. But if it's in a mixed-use building, you can use some common spaces like bathrooms to decrease. But no, she actually kind of brought up a lot of questions with her discussion, at least with me.
Okay.
That I intended on reaching out to Matt and Chris and working through some of her issues. She also had questions on how you measure the on-street parking that would also give you reductions. So she brought up quite a few issues that we want to kind of work through.
perfect, I appreciate that. I think they've been through this before in the past. Thank you.
Member Anderson,
Sorry,
back to you.
The parking got me excited again. I would just say, like, I think businesses have a sense of how much parking they need to run a successful business, and the market can kind of decide a lot of these things. So I'm not worried about being over allowing being too liberal with the policy here. If we have a policy that allows much less parking, and the business owner goes, you know what, that's not going to work for us. We want to have room for all of our customers, or else they're not going to shop at our store. They're going to come up with the right mix of parking for what they need. I think parking is something we don't give a lot of credit to the market for being able to solve here, but I think it really does, especially in these commercial areas.
Thank you, Member Anderson. And with that, Mr. Ashby, Mr. Brewster, thank you very much for the presentation tonight. Thank you very much to staff as well for all the work that you put into this. We'll be talking again probably next month, here in a couple weeks, or is it in January? I'm not sure when it is on the calendar. I think it may be January.
I don't know that we have anything on the schedule.
Yeah.
We're gonna go back and look at some of the requests that you all have made and try to get back in.
I guess the aspect that I was speaking to was just the ADU aspect of it, so I'm not sure if that's gonna be happening prior to the completion of Code Next. I guess maybe not, but I guess that's the one thing that I'll probably just talk as part of the mayor manager's meeting on Wednesday, so. But again, thank you very much for all your time today.
Thank you for all your time.
All right, everyone, that moves us on to reports from boards or commissions. Anybody have anything tonight? Member Woodward.
Yes, I'm just trying to prepare for Parks and Rec Commission meeting for December. Does council desire to have a feedback from Parks and Rec Commission regarding the off-leash park areas and the rules that went into effect last January?
Thank you, Member Woodward. We're having that discussion with staff in January, so what has Parks and Rec Commission, what has been their involvement with any type of feedback from that? Has it all just gone through the Parks and Rec Department and not through the commission?
No, there's been discussion going on with it and meeting with the park ranger and that sort of thing. So, they're tuned into it. They were tuned into it. They're probably more tuned into it than, they were the ones that were involved with the task force and stuff.
Yeah. I guess the way that I see this, and I let other members of council weigh in as well, but if there's feedback that the Parks and Rec Commission want to provide as part of our meeting for January, then I would be for that. I don't think that there needs to be a representative in January with staff for that aspect, so if they're looking at, if they want direction there, I don't think it's necessary, but I think it's just a report would suffice from the commission. Anyone else want to weigh in on that or disagree? All right, thank you, Member Woodward. Anything else? Anything else from members of staff? I know we have the holidays, so we probably don't have any updates, so. All right, that takes us to council members' choice. I guess I'll go ahead and begin. I just want to make council aware that we have 2 Saturday meetings coming up. In the new year, the first one's going to be the annual council retreat, which we have tentatively scheduled for the 21st. But I also want to make you aware there is a joint session with the EDDA for February 11th, so 2 weeks after. I think from the schedule, it looks like both of them are basically all-day meetings from 9 to 4, but obviously we're still working on the scheduling, but I just want to make council aware that we do have those 2 meetings coming up after the new year. Secondly, I wanted to make everyone aware of the Christmas lighting or the tree lighting here this coming Saturday is from 2 to 6. City Manager Lewis, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the tree lighting is going to happen right around 5:30. So if I'm incorrect on that, then I'll just make people aware somehow that we are doing it at 5:30. I'm sure that we could get staff to kind of, it is 5:30, right? So the tree lighting is happening this coming Saturday, so I'll be there as well. And lastly, I just want to congratulate our very own Stephanie Carlisle. She has been elected as president to the Colorado Municipal Clerks So I just want to acknowledge the great work you're doing there and obviously just congratulate you on your achievement. So congratulations. Anyone else for tonight? Seeing none, city managers report.
Thank you, Mayor, for announcing the tree lighting. We also have the annual grease and oil take-back event. It's going to be 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. And that is going to be at South Platte Renew, the facility there at South Platte Renew. So excited about that. City staff is in the throes of our annual performance evaluation, so apologies for any delays. All supervisors are all hands on deck trying to get those completed. It's always a good process. We require real conversations between employees and supervisors on how can the supervisor also assist in providing better service to the employees. So we really try to make those two-way conversations, but it's a very time-consuming process. And just thank you to everyone for their patience during that. I think that's all I've got.
Thank you, City Manager Lewis. And with that, we are now adjourned. Everyone have a good evening.